I don't think either David or I or Thomas realized how much work it would take. But it's happened, and it's happened because a lot of people have worked very hard. Colleagues in York, and Alex has, been the wonderful link between our institutions. David himself, at a time he's been very busy moving home, has, helped this event take shape, and his colleagues at the Graduate Institute. And of course, Thomas, David, and the University of Lausanne have been fantastic allies as well. So on behalf of the University of York, which has been honored to work with the Graduate Institute and the University of Lausanne, we welcome all of you. I've just noticed that a wonderful representative from a wonderful funding body
in 2012 as a lecturer in contemporary and global literature. She did her undergraduate and doctoral studies at the University of Cambridge. She has since taught at the Université Paris Diderot, La Sorbonne Nouvelle, and Cambridge. Impressive. Alice also completed a postdoctoral research fellowship at the Interdisciplinary Center for Advanced Studies of the University of Nottingham before going to York. She's also a member of the Modern Research School and the Interdisciplinary Center for Modern Studies at York, and her latest book is Disability and Modern Fiction, Faulkner, Morrison, Coetzee, and the Nobel Prize for Literature. Let me also introduce Monica, who is sitting in the audience in order to see the PowerPoint presentation. Monica Saavedra is Research Fellow at the Center for Global Health History, which is housed within the Department of History. She joined the center in October 2012 and has been researching medical anthropology and the history of medicine for the last 15 years. She has an impressive range of publications. Many of them are in Portuguese. I will just mention one article, and forgive me my Portuguese. Precursos de vacina na Índia Portuguesa, séculos 19th and 20th, in Historia, Ciência, Saúde, etc., etc., which has been published in 2004, and several other articles. Sorry about this. Thank you very much, Jean-David. And by the way, Jean-David is making possible the internet and webcasting of this event on YouTube. And without further ado, I leave the floor to you, Alice. And I will sit with the public so that I can enjoy your presentation.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Great. So I'm Alice Hall. Thank you for that introduction. And the title of my talk today is Autism Narratives. So I just want to say a few words about the naming of autism as a condition before I move on to my main argument. Okay. So the term autism was coined by Eugen Bleuler in 1911 in his book Dementia Praecox. In 1912, he elaborated, autistic schizophrenics have turned away from reality. They've retired into a dream life, a world of subjective ideas and wishes, so that to them, reality can only bring interruptions. This description establishes a conflation of autism and schizophrenia in the early 20th century, and it really sets a trend for thinking about autism as a condition that is defined by isolation. So rather than one definitive moment of naming autism, it might be better to talk about a series of diagnoses and definitions of the condition over the course of the 20th century. After Bleuler, the term autism wasn't taken up again until the 1940s. In 1943, Leo Kanner, working at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, defined autism in his article, Autistic Disturbances of Affective Contact. Just a year later, Hans Asperger working at the University Pediatric Clinic in Vienna, published a paper entitled Autistic Psychopathy in Childhood. And this coincidence, I think, really adds another dimension to these ideas about autism and isolation. Here were two doctors, Kanner and Asperger, working independently and with no knowledge of each other's work. And they both highlighted a condition which had been largely ignored before and gave it exactly the same label. And cultural historians have been very interested in this question of why this moment of naming happened at this very particular historical moment. So they've connected it to the rise of psychology, psychiatry, psychoanalysis, and aesthetic movements like modernism as well. But what binds Bleuler, Kanner, and Asperger together is an emphasis on the profound aloneness of the children that they observed as case subjects. Kanner remarked on not only their inability to make connections with other people, but also what he perceived as the children's inability to relate to themselves. He framed this as a particular linguistic form of isolation. Language for these children, he said, was, and this is a quote, semantically or conversationally valueless, or grossly distorted memory exercise. Later in the 20th century, psychoanalyst Bruno Bettelheim borrowed the notion of refrigerator mothers from Kanner and developed it in his highly controversial study of autism, The Empty Fortress, which was published in 1967. Bettelheim saw autism not as a neurodevelopmental condition, but as a social one, a failure of intelligent but apparently emotionally cold mothers to connect with their children. So it's these prevailing ideas about autism in terms of a profound aloneness and a linguistic emotional detachment that I want to challenge in today's talk. I want to argue that autism is a key example of where a critical medical humanities perspective that brings together social, cultural, and medical understandings can be highly productive for thinking about the complex and shifting nature of a condition that really occupies such a central position in public consciousness today. So I'm arguing here for interconnectedness on a methodological level, in terms of a kind of critical medical humanities approach. But I'm also arguing that we need to think about the massive explosion of recent cultural representations of autism in terms of global interconnections as well. So the philosopher Ian Hacking puts forward the concept of looping as a useful way of thinking about the dynamic relationship between cultural representations and medical categories. Hacking makes a distinction in his work between indifferent and interactive conditions. Indifferent kinds are those that are not affected by being measured or by their classification. Interactive kinds, on the other hand, are linked to a looping effect in which the classification affects behaviour, and this change behaviour then loops back and influences classification. He argues that, interestingly, autism is both indifferent and interactive. Its neurological and physiological aspects are indifferent, but it's interactive in the sense that being labelled autistic affects behaviour, and this loops back to change the classification itself. So, Hacking argues, I take for granted that underneath the spectrum is a family of definite biological conditions, be they neurological or genetic, but that in an important sense, the spectrum itself is a moving target that has evolved dramatically. And I think this idea of autism as a moving target is particularly pertinent in our society today. In this view, the recent massive explosion of cultural representations of autism not only reflects our society's preoccupation with autism, but it also plays a dynamic role in shaping expectations about the condition. This then loops back into the ways in which individuals experience the condition and healthcare professionals understand it collectively. Okay. So moving on to think about some of those cultural representations. So in the last 30 years, there's undoubtedly been a huge increase in both diagnoses of autism and films, novels, and autobiographies about the condition. Critics have argued that Rain Man, which I guess some of you might be familiar with, released in 1988, constituted a landmark event in the history of autism. It opened up autism as a valid topic for mainstream film in the decades that followed, and established a link in popular culture between autism and extraordinary savant skills in maths, memory, and mapping. Like Rain Man, more recent examples, such as the ones on the slide, the love story Mozart and the Whale, and the Bruce Willis action film Mercury Rising, narrate autism from the outside. We don't see through the eyes of the autistic character, but instead we see through a detached, normalised perspective that scrutinises the autistic person as a case or a specimen. Autism is invoked in these examples, I think, as an indicator of childhood vulnerability or quirky but charming oddity. Since the turn of the millennium, both Hollywood and Bollywood have strikingly created films that connect autism and terrorism, specifically the 9/11 attacks. In 2012, Tom Hanks and Sandra Bullock starred in Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close, a film which tells the story of Oscar, a boy with Asperger's syndrome whose father had been killed in the 9/11 attacks. My Name is Khan, which was in the top 10 highest ever grossing Bollywood films when it was released in 2010, tells the story of Rizwan, a boy with Asperger's syndrome who was falsely accused by the FBI of being a terrorist sympathiser. Both films draw on the metaphorical potential of autism as a condition that has an unexplained cause, which limits expression and disrupts the stability of the family unit from within. And they use it as a vehicle for thinking about what has been perceived as an unspeakable act of terrorism. Now, this metaphorical flexibility of autism was also invoked in a now infamous newspaper article by the controversial right-wing commentator Niall Ferguson in the UK's Telegraph newspaper in 2004. In the article, he argued that, as you'll see from the headline, America has got Asperger's. In this article, Ferguson also connected autism and danger, using a mock diagnosis of George Bush as a way of critiquing a nation in which, he argues, citizens have become emotionally detached from each other and isolated from the political realities of the rest of the world. And this was clearly attacked a great deal by activists afterwards. Now, these examples might make us think of Susan Sontag's proclamation that every age has its own pathology that captures the public imagination and crystallises its anxieties, which in this case might be about the breakdown of intergenerational communications, the insular, self-obsessed nature of modern life, and what Anthony Giddens has called the polite estrangement of all modern relations. But these appropriations of autism as a metaphor have been challenged by certain authors and other cultural representations. I'd like to argue that we should look beyond the very recent Eurocentric tradition of so-called spectrum publishing that emerged alongside these influential films about autism that I've just mentioned. Japanese author Kenzaburo Oi, for example, combines autobiography, activism, and fiction in his writing. Oi won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1994, but he still remains largely overlooked by literary critics in the West. Throughout a career spanning over 50 years, Oi's returned again and again to the question of what it means for him to be the father of an autistic child. His son, Hikari, was born in Tokyo in 1963, and in his fiction, Oi provides a rich record of changing understandings and policies towards autism, relating to autism, in Japan that goes right up until the present day. In a celebrated novel, A Personal Matter, which I think is a really great place to start if you're thinking about Oi, Oi takes a scene from his real life, the birth of his son. His son was labelled a monster baby by doctors who advised him to leave his son in the hospital ward so that he could be starved to death on a diet of only sugar water. Oi returns to this agonising decision about his son's future that he was forced to make as a young man, again and again in his fiction. It's through these fictional representations, including a series of short stories and novels over the decades that followed, that Oi is given the freedom to imagine various possible endings of the story. If he had allowed his son to die, and also different versions of the life that he did choose, living with and caring for his son. Crucially, fiction allows Oi to try to imagine the voice and the interior perspective of his largely non-verbal son. More recently, this interest in writing from first-person, insider perspectives has been taken up by other novelists. The most famous example of this is, of course, Mark Haddon's international bestseller, The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime, which normalises autistic perspectives in the sense that we see through the eyes of a character for whom autism is an ordinary, even unremarkable part of everyday life. In contrast to the exceptional savant skills depicted in Rain Man, Haddon's protagonist is concerned with the everyday business of train journeys and family tensions. The curious incident addresses a crossover audience of children and adults, and it's even been formally incorporated into the training of healthcare professionals as a form of insider perspectives and thinking through the condition. It's part of an emerging genre of autism fiction, which I've put a few examples of up on the slide here. The most recent is a 2010 one by the Mexican author Sabina Berman, which has been a huge critical success. The rise of novels about autism from first-person perspectives is fundamentally connected to a parallel explosion of autobiographical works, sometimes termed autobiographies, both in print and online. We need to think about these autobiographies not in isolation from the fiction or from each other. There are recurring tropes, traditions, and ways of telling stories about autism that are built up and shared between them. There are clear points of interconnection between the works by Grandin, Williams, and Robinson that I've put up here on the slide, as well as more anonymous autistic autobiographies contributing to blogs, chat rooms, Twitter, and on YouTube. This rhetoric and the imaginative challenge of finding a voice for autism has filtered through into policies and charitable campaigns in the same period. An example of this is the advocacy organisation Autism Speaks that was founded in 2005. Autism Speaks circulated their message through a campaign on Starbucks coffee cups that emphasised the prevalence of autism. This is just one example of their campaigns. So the message on the coffee cups read, "Every 20 minutes, less time than it will take you to drink your cup of coffee, another child is diagnosed with autism. Learn the warning signs of autism, and if you're concerned about your child's development, talk to your doctor." Now, this caused huge controversy. For some activists, this rhetoric of danger, medical cure, and the focus on family members rather than autistic individuals themselves was highly problematic. These activists argued that Autism Speaks pathologised and sought to speak for precisely the autistic people that it claimed to listen to. And so the other image that's up there on the slide, on the left-hand side, is of a online campaign against this Autism Speaks organisation. Others have argued that the idea of an autism narrative, an insider autism narrative, is in itself inherently paradoxical. How can a condition that is resistant to metaphoric thinking, they argue, be represented in a narrative form that by its nature is always inviting us to read it metaphorically? If an individual has no theory of mind, an autistic individual has no theory of mind, as Simon Baron-Cohen has famously argued, then how can they think about themselves as a character and tell a story that will work from a reader's perspective? In a foreword, Oliver Sacks prefigures some of these kind of critiques. He says, "In 1986, a quite extraordinary, unprecedented, and unthinkable book was published, Temple Grandin's Emergence, labelled autistic. Unprecedented because there'd never been before an inside narrative of autism. Unthinkable because it had been medical dogma for 40 years or more that there was no inside, no inner life in the autistic." Grandin herself, who was one of these autistic autobiographers, insists that she thinks in pictures and that words are like a second language to me. Mark Osteen suggests that the narrative form has not been suited to stereotypical understandings of autism. He says, "One would expect that narrative, which demands links, linearity, and global coherence, would present a problem for autistic people." Until recently, autobiographies have only really been available to those who are on the high-functioning end of the autistic spectrum. The title of Tito Mukapadi's recent publication, How Can I Talk If My Lips Don't Move?, published in 2008, captures this apparent paradoxical nature of narratives written by non-verbal autistic people. The text was written using iPads, a laptop and a voice synthesizer. These examples, I think, invite us to think through autism, authorship, and the genre of autobiography in more complex ways. The final example that I want to discuss today is a text that was published in Japan in 2005 and translated into English in 2013. It's an autobiographical work called The Reason I Jump by Naoki Higashida. It was written through a keyboard and Japanese character grid, which are copied at the front of the book and are on the slide here as well. Like Wakapaji, Higashida self-consciously acknowledges that his autobiography is formed collaboratively through a necessary form of facilitated communication. The result is not one single voice that seeks to speak for autistic people collectively, but rather various individual voices mediated by technology and translation. These challenges mean that authors have to find new forms for telling their stories and new ways of imagining autism. The Reason I Jump is structured as a dialogue with a question at the top of each page, such as, "Why do you jump?" and an extended answer in which the 13-year-old Higashida, rather than a medical authority, is represented as an expert on his own condition. Like Kenzaburo Oi's novels and Haddon's The Curious Incident, Higashida's autobiography places words and images in dialogue. So to return to the idea of looping that I mentioned earlier, autobiographies like The Reason I Jump might be seen as an example of the ways in which the voices of autistic people are coming to play a role in defining the condition. Hacking asks, are the autobiographies and other stories less telling what it's like to be autistic than constituting it, both for those who inhabit the spectrum and for those who do not? This activist agenda is clearly connected to particular aesthetic challenges that test this idea of the autobiography as a form that claims to provide a straightforward insight into another person's body or another person's mind. Yet throughout the book, Higashida contests the idea that autistic people want to be isolated and profoundly alone. He self-consciously sets out to provide a public language through which to talk about what's perceived as a fundamentally private experience. Problem is, he says, many children with autism don't have the means to express themselves, and often even their own parents don't have a clue what they might be thinking. So my big hope is that I can help a bit by explaining, in my own way, what's going on in the minds of people with autism. Higashida's descriptions chime with theories such as the intense world syndrome theory or interpretation of autism, which is described by Olga Bogdashina as one in which the autistic person may perceive his or her surroundings as overwhelmingly intense. Impaired social interactions and withdrawal are thus seen as consequences and not core features of autism. The Reason I Jump registers these problems of isolation, but presents them as consequences of misunderstanding and a failure of communication. So this call for social and emotional interconnectedness in The Reason I Jump links to an increasing recognition of the need to think about autism in terms of global interconnectedness, I think. This is played out in the methodologies of a few recent academic studies, such as Richard Grinker's Unstrange Minds, Remapping the World of Autism, published in 2007, which covers issues of autism in France, India, Korea, and South Africa. Technology shapes the language through which autism is conceptualized in the 21st century, from stereotypical notions of mechanical mannerisms to Temple Grandin's description of her own cognitive processes. She says, "I think in pictures. I translate both spoken and written words into full-colour movies, which run like a VCR tape in my head." But on a practical level, this same technology facilitates new forms of expression and global connections. Autism autobiography is a multimedia genre. Blogs and chat rooms are particularly suited to autistic individuals who might find face-to-face interactions difficult, as a way of telling stories and creating virtual communities that cross national boundaries. As a text that was written in Japan and then translated and championed by the Irish author David Mitchell, The Reason I Jump provides a key example of this global circulation of texts and other cultural representations. The examples that I've discussed today invite us to think about autism in terms of a complex interconnectedness. They highlight the complexities of speaking for a collection of individuals, But they also insist on the importance of finding new ways to tell stories from inside perspectives. They also require us to challenge static, straightforward notions of autistic isolation through an approach that recognises the dynamic interactions between cultural representations and diagnostic categories. Higashida's afterword in The Reason I Jump, which I'll finish with today, concludes, "I hope that by reading my explanations about autism and its mysteries, you can come to understand that all the obstacles which present themselves don't come from our selfishness or from ego. If all of you can grasp this truth about us, we're handed a ray of hope. However hard an autistic life is, however sad it can be, so long as there's hope, we can stick at it. And when that light of hope shines on all this world, then our future will be connected with your future. And that's what I want above all." Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for being here. I'm going to talk about something completely different. I'm going to talk about the possible cooperations between social sciences and public health, medicine, epidemiology, and all other areas connected with health. So this talk is a reflection on anthropology's involvement with health sciences in global health planning and practice. I will adopt a historical perspective and assume its importance in revealing the processes involved, the pathways trodden, and in helping us to reflect on our present busy course. In times of specialism and disciplinary boundaries, we talk about the same things in very disparate ways, paying tribute to our different scientific cultures with their particular epistemologies, but also to our institutional settings. However, when we talk about health, be it from a medical, public health, anthropological, or historical perspective, we are all talking about people's experiences. The lack of health and its concurrent causes and consequences are part of this experience. So, before moving on to doing a kind of reflection on anthropology in global health, past and present, I would like to remember a couple of commonplace but important facts. People all over the world have bodies, not to mention that they are one, and all experience suffering. This said, it is important to bear in mind that the content of our human experience is amazingly but also disturbingly varied, diversely shaped and valued. Therefore, it poses a challenge to standardized, well-intended solutions to hardly ever universally prioritized matters. Because all of us in this room share the many experiences of health and lack of it, as a personal experience, but also as the object of our research, planning, and organizational activities or fieldwork. It makes sense to discuss among ourselves our multiple and diverse backgrounds, as well as our puzzlements and uncertainties. By taking suffering as a shared human experience that help us think about global health, I embrace two concepts that have become a referential in some medical anthropology works: social suffering and structural violence. Social suffering, structural violence, and indeed syndemics, a concept well known and used in public health, stand for approaches, surely not reducible to these notions, that consider inequality between countries, but also within countries and communities, including in the so-called developed world. Moreover, these concepts reinstate health policy, programs, services, institutions, and personnel as part of any analysis of the broader context of global health delivery, quoting Farmer, Kim Kleinman, and Basilico. These holistic approaches should not be taken essentially as critical tools to spot frailties and mistakes. They are above all humanist, all-encompassing perspectives that result in self-reflection and permanent evaluation of the models, programs, and strategies adopted in global health delivery. Suffering is at one time a very physical, emotional, and social notion, highly marked by historical processes and their social incorporation. It became important to my approach to health issues because it is an encompassing cross-cultural notion, notwithstanding the many different ways in which it can be experienced, defined, explained, or named. Suffering comprehends physical and mental distress and pain, crossing time and space. Its conceptualization as social suffering became clearly defined and tangible to me during my research on the history of malaria control and eradication in Portugal. Suffering pervaded the narratives of Portuguese former rural workers talking about their memories of having malaria back in the 1950s. They entwined their discourse about the disease with their experience of hard, uncertain, and underpaid labor, poor housing, impending hunger, and inescapable poverty. So, this incursion cum reflection into the history of anthropology in global health takes suffering as common ground and a starting point to talk about anthropological fieldwork and approaches to health and disease issues. As an anthropologist working in the Center for Global Health Histories, thinking about history and anthropology as part of the complex realm of global health is a daily practice. With this comes perplexity, not so much about the importance of the anthropological and historical research relevance for global health, but about if and how they actually contribute to global health delivery. And also, how can this involvement meet different institutional, professional, and disciplinary agendas while responding to people's needs and expectations? Anthropology's involvement with international or global health on an institutional level became more systematic from the 1950s onwards. As part of the tides of the history, anthropology's skills in describing and interpreting non-Western cultures and traditional societies fashioned during the colonial era could be used to translate difference in a world increasingly connected by the development agenda. After the creation of the World Health Organization, as international health policies and programs gained momentum, anthropological knowledge was perceived as an important tool in cross-cultural projects that were focused on communities in tune with the community development movement, and considered to be hampered by the people's resistance, indifference, or distrust. As Janine Correa puts it, anthropologists were expected to identify significant cultural barriers to the acceptance of new public health programs and take part in planning the most appropriate way to overcome these obstacles. Culture, representations, beliefs, and the ensuing behavior were key notions for the accomplishment of the international health and development programs. This perspective ran parallel to a dominant sense of euphoria in the international post-war scene that took science, technology, and economic development to be universal goods. Thus, in the process of turning programs into field action, the setbacks were mainly attributed to the local community's beliefs and behaviors, namely their clinging to traditional healing practices and therapeutics, or to misperceptions, misinformation, or lack of knowledge. Nevertheless, the incorporation of social sciences perspectives into international health programs stood for some recognition of its skills in collecting relevant qualitative data and for the significance given to people and communities as the fundamental ground of health programs. A trend dominating the development project, particularly but not exclusively the ones aiming at rural communities. Anthropology contributed in a measure to the reification of the dominant definitions of community and culture of the time. But its focus on the local, its area studies methodology, provided a fine-grained knowledge and a holistic approach that also unveiled concurrent and circumstantial elements influencing people's actions, dictated as they were by pragmatic choices. Thus, ecological and economic factors, which had long been part of the public health, social medicine, and epidemiology's perspectives, although with shifting relevance and interpretations through time, thicken the behavioral equation. Nevertheless, in the international health field, social scientists think of the influence of the organizations, institutions, and people involved in planning and bringing these programs into practice over the individuals' and communities' behaviors were predominantly overlooked. George Foster, an anthropologist who worked as a consultant to the WHO, said that as far back as the 1950s, behavioral scientists had come to realize that health projects fail or work less well than hoped for, not solely because of apathy or lack of interest on the part of the client populations, but also because of deficiencies in the healthcare services themselves. But, according to Foster, this perspective was mostly discarded and attention centered on changing populations' behavior, assuming that health delivery programs were essentially appropriate. Anthropological perspectives on the political and economic contexts of health, the way of inequity and poverty on disease distribution, gain ground as part of a historical context, just as the professed principle of the United Nations 1974 Declaration on the establishment of a new international economic order did. In the international health field, the new international economic order contributed to the rise of the primary health care and the health for all by the year 2000 movement, of which anthropological knowledge, methodology, and theory could almost have been part and parcel. Just as the new international economic order intended an alternative development model and the imbalance of power in the world system, so primary health care endorsed the bottom-up international health planning centered on the community's needs and resources and dispensing with sophisticated medical and technological assets. The appreciation of local resources and skills redefined the relationship with local cultural models and behavior. Thus, among other aspects, local healing practices and medicines were increasingly regarded as legitimate complements to biomedical interventions instead of being classified and discarded as traditional beliefs and practices. Once again, anthropology accompanied the tendencies of the international health agenda, providing significant data on these aspects. At the same time, the critical approach to either to dominant development models and policies and the reorientation of the institutions responsible for their planning and implementation was a propitious ground for the critical perspective within anthropology and particularly within medical anthropology. Under the critical medical anthropology approach, the barriers to health projects were no longer perceived so much as consequences of cultural beliefs and associated behaviors, but also as the result of ineffective health structures and services. And biomedicine itself became a contested authoritative knowledge, being regarded as an ethnomedicine. Moreover, critical medical anthropology stressed political and social determinants of disease and healthcare delivery. It was strongly marked by its critical analysis of political and economic systems, especially capitalism's globalizing process and its impact on people's health. Research carried out under a critical perspective shares common ground with social medicine, public health, and epidemiology, namely with critical epidemiology, which became better known as a particular field in Latin America. Not coincidentally, critical medical anthropology developed during the 1980s and 1990s, alongside the primary healthcare and health for all movements' rise and waning. Its critics of some lines of analysis and practice is in applied medical anthropology and biomedicine reflected self-reflexive debates within anthropology. It also paralleled the disputes over primary healthcare and selective primary healthcare. Although acknowledging the importance of micro-level approaches, critical medical anthropology advocated a holistic perspective, highlighting the impact of macro-level factors on people's lives. At a time of rising neoliberal models, it also highlighted the pitfalls of a biomedical and technological approach to health issues, relating these tendencies with the dominant worldwide political and economic interests and models. So, although much medical anthropological research has been conducted, what impact does it have on global health planning and policy at the many agencies presently involved in global health? Anthropologists contribute with their skills and knowledge, but their action seems to be limited in time, space, and scope. Are anthropologists mainly perceived as fleeting problem solvers? Are they mainly, as Mariel Singer and others note, data generators who provide information for the decisions made by those in a position to formulate or revise social policies? Do the sometimes activist practices stemming from their analysis have a place in the global health organizations? Anthropology has been involved with global health issues academically at international and national governmental and non-governmental organizations and the implementation of health programs on the field for over 60 years. Yet, anthropologists still feel impelled to justify the need for their contribution to global health. The focus is put on methodological approaches and methods. Qualitative methods are both anthropology's assets and foibles. The ethnographical method is probably anthropology's greatest cliché. It was considered an obstacle to anthropology's acceptance as a valuable contributor to global health planning and practice because it was mostly seen as a long-term work not suitable for the demands of health programming and delivery. However, many of the works produced during the 1980s and the 1990s on anthropology's involvement with public health and global health delivery asserted the complementarity between quantitative and qualitative methods, as well as creative ways of doing ethnography. Plus, analyzing behavioral research developed under the auspices of the WHO, some anthropologists like George Foster have pointed out the drawbacks of a few complicated quantitative research that resulted in useless data and the waste of much time and money. Anthropology's pliability, as well as its overarching aspirations, lead to an inclusive approach to methods, objectives, and trends of analysis, while keeping its close-up examination of local populations and their lifeways, worldviews, and motivations for action, borrowing Mariel Singer's words. Of course, this diversity also fed and still feeds discussion within the anthropological field. Nevertheless, by stressing the world's complexity and its challenge to compartmentedisciplinary approaches, the present interdisciplinary trends in medical anthropology, as in humanities and social sciences in general, call for the diversification and combination of methods. On the other hand, the present reassessment of the social determinants of health, the need to develop programs to respond to both broad contexts and the local everyday needs of the individuals, seem to demand an interdisciplinary approach. It is up to us all, be it social scientists, historians, doctors, public health experts, epidemiologists, etc., to decide whether we will endeavor to keep up a concerted and continuous dialogue and cooperation within global health planning and action, and at the same time remain conscious of the limits posed by the organizational environment, that is to say, by institutional politics and policies, funding agencies, and dominant professional groups, as well as by the diverse regional, national, and local settings. As I said before, it is a fact that social sciences, and anthropology in particular, have been part of global health practices while taking specific and localized instances and contexts of global health action as their object of study. The proximity and in-depth knowledge developed during anthropological fieldwork has often made anthropologists stand as advocates for the people they study, especially those destitute of power and rendered voiceless. Such is the case in the field of medical anthropology. Social suffering, structural violence, and syndemics are expression of the in-depth knowledge developed by anthropologists and by their close involvement with the communities, sometimes, as in Paul Farmer's case, both as an anthropologist and a doctor. This involvement leads to the recognition of the local impact and incorporation of macro-level factors. Impartiality is not a prerequisite to producing reliable work. As advocates of the disadvantaged, anthropologists admittedly choose sides, but they are also retainers of a differentiated knowledge and therefore of power that require careful handling. In fact, what anthropology and which anthropologists get to be involved with interdisciplinary global health planning and delivery is in itself an issue to reflect upon, concerning as much the organizations connected with global health policies and programs as the disputes within anthropology. Also, it is fundamental to consider how anthropological research outcomes are interpreted and appropriated by international organizations, lest programs and strategies validation be inferred from the research. The somewhat privileged anthropological insight into communities, although potentially very fruitful, demands close attention to avoid biased positions that may misapprehend the community's mobilization and empowerment. The cultural behavioral approach may elude the broader factors or chain of causation that determine the unequal power relations and social inequities that influence people's choices, access and response to health programs and services. But emphasis on the macro-level conditions that dictate poor health and unequal access to healthcare must not overshadow the resources that may be locally congregated and put into action to respond to people's needs. On the other hand, the emphasis on the community's empowerment must not risk contributing to exempting states and governments from responsibility in keeping an effective basic healthcare network, or from their role in creating and nurturing the conditions that lead to the uneven distribution and access to health care. Moreover, as Paul Farmer and other anthropologists involved with the study of human suffering emphasize, individual and community agency can be inexorably and surreptitiously constrained by historical and transnational forces rendered invisible. Therefore, the stress put on community mobilization and empowerment must not overshadow, and I quote Norman Schwartz, the radical reform that is needed in the larger political, economic, and social system. Nor, for that matter, the many layers of inequality as gender, class, race, etc., the conflicts and diverse expectations that influence participation within communities. Therefore, anthropological work on global health involves a permanent reflective effort on its performance and outcomes when engaged with the planning or execution of global health delivery, but also on the other agents involved with it and on its interaction with these agents. The anthropological approach to global health delivery is a constant reminder of our common and yet so diverse human condition. It levels researchers, policymakers, and grassroots while recognizing their different roles and power. It makes evident the need for dialogue and humility, for the ability to listen and learn instead of dictating, for the recognition that global health planning and delivery is a complex, never-ending process and a path on the making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before the coffee break, we have time for a couple of questions, but we will have more time for it after the end of the second session. So save some of your questions for later, and if you have some burning questions, this is the time to ask them. Yes.
Thank you. I made a few notes here during the presentation of Dr. Hall. I didn't have time, obviously, now to gather my thoughts quite. My name is Erich Kovmil. I'm autistic myself. I'm president of NGO here in Geneva, Autistic Minority International, that seeks to advance autism self-advocacy at and through the United Nations, WHO, and human rights treaty bodies. Most of my notes have to do with the stereotypes that came up throughout your presentation, like that people that are autistic don't understand metaphors or have no theory of mind. These are things that it's a spectrum, isn't it? So no two people on the autism spectrum have exactly the same symptoms. So these are things that are true for some people, but not for all. One thing, and the second thing is that they are always thought from the perspective of children. So at the time autistics grow up, and we don't grow out of autism, we're still autistic when we are much older. I was diagnosed myself at age 38 with Asperger's. So until for age 38, no one even knew what was the issue with me. They knew I was odd or whatever. But when I was a child, the diagnosis of Asperger didn't even exist. It only came up in the 1990s. So that's mainly also why today some people say we have an epidemic of autism. It wasn't true. It was simply when I was a child, no one knew that Asperger's even was a thing, that it even existed. So that's why more people get diagnosed. I think the main point that I would like to make in this particular forum, in this workshop, because the WHO is involved here, and what I would like to encourage you, Dr. Hall, maybe to pursue in your subsequent research is how these autism narratives play out at the WHO. The most important fact that I see here is that the WHO is basically exclusively listening to parents, and specifically to organizations like Autism Speaks. The WHO was funded by Autism Speaks with $600,000 research grant, They held a consultation, an autism consultation last September with autism organizations, but exclusively with parents' organizations. There was not a single autistic person invited to this autism consultation, as far as I'm aware of. Autism Speaks was a co-host with WHO of the autism consultation, and they pretty much handpicked what other autism organizations were invited to this event. So, obviously they got a very skewed picture of what autism looks like when you hear only from parents' organizations, to see it as an epidemic, as something that needs to be cured, and ideally as something for which a prenatal test should be invented that actually allows the abortion of fetuses at the risk of autism. When people like me demonstrate that autism is not something that has really to do with isolation, as was thought earlier. I'm myself introverted, but there are a lot of autistics, even I am able to speak in a forum like this, and there are a lot of autistics, I would say at least half, that are actually quite sociable. They just don't know how to connect to other people, or how to interact with them in a socially acceptable way. Other people just find them odd. But it's more that than that they are actually really isolated.
Thank you. Can you pass the mic? Yes, and we collect the two questions and then right. Yeah.
I'm Eleanor Hutchinson. I'm an anthropologist at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and I have a question for each speaker. The first one to Dr. Hall was really just to think again about difference in autistic experience, and whether in the literature, which I don't know well at all, whether there's space for gender difference and class difference in for autistic people to come through as well. And then for Dr. Saavedra, as an anthropologist working at the London School of Hygiene, one of the problems I think that we have is how to talk to people in public health, so that, we've had this very close relationship with public health doctors and policymakers, but we've been discussing a lot at the London School about the difference of anthropology in and anthropology of public health, and how when you take on these different hats, how you can get your critical voice heard by people in public health, and whether we just get sort of taken into policy dialogue and the more critical elements get left to one side. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for those questions. Let's start with the first one. That was really, really helpful feedback. Thank you. I think, I guess that's exactly, in looking at narratives and looking at particularly insider perspectives and first-person narratives and autobiographies, trying to think about the ways in which those autobiographies challenge exactly those stereotypes that you're thinking about. The idea that people aren't able to think metaphorically, or these kind of very stereotypical ideas about having no theory of mind. So thinking about how those first-person narratives can challenge those stereotypes is really important, but also how some earlier cultural representations, such as the films that I mentioned, sometimes reinforce those stereotypes. And then, as I was talking about this kind of looping relationship between the kind of cultural and the kind of diagnostic categories, the way in which they feed into each other, I think is really important. So that's what I was trying to do, and thinking about these examples, such as The Reason I Jump, which which position the person with autism or with Asperger's as the expert on the condition and give them a voice in constituting how that is diagnosed or understood is really important. And I'd really like to follow up the suggestion that you made to think a bit more about that in terms of the kind of consultation process in the World Health Organization. So thank you. I thought the other point I just wanted to pick up on that you made was about the representations of childhood and childhood perspectives on autism, which I think is something that really connects so many of these novels and the films that I talked about, and linking it to those ideas about kind of danger and vulnerability, but also this real emphasis, particularly in the earlier sort of works, on the kind of those who speak for the autistic person. So that might be the parent or the kind of or other relatives or teachers, rather than that first person narrative. So I think it's a very problematic kind of stereotype or fascination with childhood autism, which doesn't necessarily allow the space for thinking about it across a kind of a whole life course. There are some examples that think about what it means to be an adult with autism, and they're usually the autobiographical ones. So, yeah, thank you. Monica, do you want to take that second question and then I'll come back to it? Okay, okay. So yeah, thanks for mentioning about the ideas about gender and class. I think they are really key things to be sensitive to in looking at these literary representations. In terms of the kind of history of literary studies, it tends to be that questions about class and gender and race are looked at quite a bit, and I think that is obviously a really important thing to look at in a kind of integrated way. But questions of disability haven't been considered by any means as much. So I guess by focusing on disability, that's one of the things that I was trying to kind of highlight in a disciplinary sense, that these are questions, you know, literary representations and cultural representations are really important in thinking about shifting understandings of disability, but haven't really been looked at in that way very much, particularly in a UK context. But just to take an example like the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime, which I guess is probably one of the most well-known examples, that has been written about quite a bit in terms of kind of gender and class and the kind of breakdown, the representation of these so-called broken family units and how that's often connected to representations of autism. So there are definitely ideas about the kind of social commentary and social critique beyond just the interest in disability. But I think this is an area that gets overlooked.
Thank you for your question, but I'm afraid I don't have an answer for that. I have a hope, and my hope is that maybe if neither anthropologists nor public health experts cling to their disciplinary convictions and models and methods, and maybe if they are not so I mean, I was going to say not so professional. They should be professional, but they should not cling to these hardcore professional things. Maybe if they could lead their relation as personal relationships in which each part has to compromise so that people can get to a common ground. Maybe that's the trick. And instead of maybe anthropologists and public health experts, instead of thinking, how can I make my voice heard? Maybe we could think, what do they have to tell me? What do they expect from me? What do they think about my work? Maybe if we could do this exercise, it would help a lot, I think. Yeah, that's. I wouldn't dare say much more than that, because I really don't know how to solve this. Yeah.
Time for a very last question.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I have one last question for Dr. Hall. I really liked your idea of showing how relatives and friends and caretakers can become a voice for these people and illuminate some things about their condition. So I wonder if you can comment a little bit more on two things. If you believe these testimonies or the use of fiction and literary works can be incorporated into perhaps a historical analysis of their condition, and if they could also illuminate maybe the patterns of the caretaking and healthcare services that have been provided for these people throughout history, or not.
Okay, thanks a lot. I guess so. I'm interested in the different genres of writing about autism, whether it's fiction, whether it's autobiography, first-person accounts, which was what I was focusing on here. But then, of course, there are quite a few accounts, autobiographical accounts by parents, particularly. So yeah, there are different kinds of subgenres within this wider genre. But I would absolutely argue that, particularly in the case of this idea of autism as a moving target, where the definition is shifting very very radically in really quite short spaces of time, that thinking about the kind of cultural and the historical and thinking about them as in a kind of dynamic relationship with those medical categories is really, really important. So a cultural history would absolutely feature literary representations, films. I mean, on a basic level, people learn about, expectations are shaped by cultural representations. They might be learning things that are false, but they get certain perceptions and images that get reinforced through cultural representations that reach huge numbers of people. So I'd argue it's a really, really important aspect of this as well. And I think, so the second part was about patterns you were asking me about.
No, basically about the use of sources. How can you integrate these testimonies from real life experiences, and at the same time how people portray them through fiction into a historical analysis, because I'm a historian.
Yeah, I think the example that I just mentioned quite briefly of the Japanese author Kenzaburo Oi, Nobel Prize winner, is a great example because of the fact that he's written these kind of semi-autobiographical novels over 50 years that really try to document shifting policies towards autism in Japan, shifting experiences for him of his knowing his son and living with his son as a child, but also coming back to the earlier point about experience of being a teenager and also an adult as well. So that kind of shift as well. And thinking about it very much in a political context. So not disability as a category that exists in a vacuum, but he's very interested in the relationship with activism, with Japanese politics, with the cultural shifts that are going on in that society, and how changing understandings of that condition are very much bound up with that history. So I think that would be a great example to give one of how you could trace through a kind of an alternative history maybe, through these cultural sources, which might give access to voices that get written out of other official histories.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for us to have a break. Coffee is served just up the stairs. We shall reconvene at 10:30 as scheduled, and we will have more time for questions at the end of the second panel. Thank you very much. See you later.
They're leading their own projects. These workshops are good because I can see the ideas of the sector.
I'm really happy.
Congratulations, really good. Thank you. Sandra said, I see the first chapter of the book.
Yeah, he just said that to me. I can see your book forming. Thank you. It's done.
Pardon?
It's done.
It's done. Done well.
Yes, is it?
Just log in, and shall they send them to you? Okay. Please.
So is that it? No, we all. There's one of the nails that flow in. Okay. I'll load up the thing while you're doing your exam. This is a scary thing. Okay, sorry. I'm really rubbish at fancy computers.
Where's the plug-in thing?
Want to get that going?
Where's the...
Thank you.
Where is it?
Oh, I was just expecting it to be fancier.
Oui, il faut monter à l'étage. Monter à l'étage, oui. Parce que là, il y a... Non, à l'étage, il faut monter. Oui. En dessous du mur, non, au deuxième. Non, non, à l'entrée de la petite. J'ai rien vu, mais on va tourner. Oui, oui. Hein? The coffee break. It's just morning. Where are you?
No, it's really nice. It's amazing, isn't it? Do you work here?
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you very much. This. I'll put this inside because there might be further questions for them.
Yes. Right,
So is the
email boarding
the
pass.
Durham team
Can I
is
do? Or
stopped.
save it? Do you want me to email it or save it? Okay.
Whatever you want.
Understand, that's the one I had my talk on one of these and I left it. Right, save boarding pass. Save file. Well, I'm trying to figure out where I'm saving it. I can't quite figure out how I know where I'm saving it. Right, so I need to figure out how to save this. Sometimes it comes with that, doesn't it? Trying to save this thing, are you more clever? Are you more clever with this kind of computer? How do you save this? Do you know how you save it? Maybe there? Oh no, it'll be, no. Well, normally it's that, but it's not come up. I'll tell you what, I can easily email it. That's what I did myself before. You emailed it yourself as well as to... Yeah. Now where was I? That's, how do I get back to the thing that I was on?
No idea because I'm not a Mac user.
Yeah, that's the problem with someone using a Mac. I want to go back to the internet.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah, okay, so I can, what I'll do... I'll email it to you instead if you don't mind then. So I would like to email boarding pass.
What time is your flight?
6:40. So my email address. What's your email address?
I mean, I don't know the answer.
It's going to take ages because we have to do this to 4 separate tickets. No. Okay. You do it. You do it. If we do it once, we'll just save it and then we can copy it.
I don't know where the...
So they have the next
It's a mystery.
Where they at? Where they at?
no one else could, but because of the Ban Ki-moon connection, they get the United Nations facilities for that kind of unofficial conferences every year.
Strange.
Isn't it?
Maybe it's because I'm not good with technology.
No, well, it doesn't seem to be one on the keyboard, does it? Because that would be a pretty crucial aspect of today's computing to have an ad. You can see they're all there and it's not there, is it?
Maybe I should copy it from here.
see.
I mean, I think WHO was aware of that. I thought that
You must have it too.
There's one. We'll send it to that person who
They're trying now to have
How bizarre. There's no at on this.
Oh, right.
bizarrely.
How strange.
There's no copy either.
Control C. Can you do Control C? Does that work with Max?
Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want that? This is that. It works on Max. Control V, no?
Control.
V, no V.
Wow.
Yeah. Not so much. We'll tell you what, don't worry.
No,
at least
but
I've
we
checked
still
in.
have time.
I've checked in. If Sarah checks in, we'll figure out later.
Yes.
No, no. Control, there must be one.
Whose machine is this? This is
David's.
David's. So we'll ask him when he comes back.
We've been given seats already, haven't we? So I don't
Sorry?
need to. We've been given seats already, haven't we? So I don't need to.
Well, I've checked in. It's just a matter of printing
Yeah.
boarding pass now. So we can ask David. It's fine. I'm gonna.
Let me try again to save it.
Okay.
It's easier on here, actually.
Yeah.
For my presentation.
Please, please.
What do you want to do to save it instead?
I know that he put on
You have to create a PDF.
autism consultation in September, but as far as I know, it was just about employing autism.
Sorry, I'm going to abandon.
Yes, 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 yes. Don't.
Can I email these to you? Can I email these to you?
Yeah, yeah.
What's your email address?
Did you manage? Yeah.
I've got as far as doing the. What's your email address?
It's hold on. It's Julieta.
Let's see if I have an at. Must be out, isn't
No,
one?
you have it. I think I remember this. Oh, where's it going? Maybe someone.
Monica took.
Oh. There it is. Yeah,
I've
but
got
I
to do
like
another
this
one in a
keyboard,
minute.
see, because they have
Julieta
everything.
Falcon
This.
at gmail.com, yes.
There you go.
No exciting events?
Is it?
No, the Monica came. There wasn't one when I put mine in.
Maybe
Oh,
David
Right, I
did
think
too.
I need to do. Oh, hopefully there should be two and these should be different.
Okay.
Otherwise, we may get two.
Two. Yeah, yeah.
There's two flights.
Different ones. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Bonjour. It worked. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
Oh, fantastic. Did you have, is that just one or did you do it together? Two?
Your friends? She sent me hers, but I only managed to send one. The one we were.
Okay, there's another one. There's two boarding passes in each. Do you know where the coffee is? I was
Yeah,
looking
it's
for
just
it.
up the stairs.
I went up the stairs. In the cafe?
Yes, I think so, or it should be outside.
Couldn't see it anywhere. Anyway, never mind.
Oh my God.
Get it.
People
I
are.
was wondering.
Okay.
Okay. So.
C'est vous l'organisatrice?
Et j'aide avec la.
Je fais
Pour les présentants,
voilà.
c'est vous qui s'occupe de ça?
Oui, oui, c'est ça.
Je fais email ou.
Yes.
Email ou bien save?
Email.
Email.
And it's here, see?
Ah,
It's out at.
Comment est-ce qu'on n'a pas vu ça?
Pardon, monsieur.
Et ils
Alors,
sont juste là
ok,
dessous, hein, vous
parfait.
la trouvez? Ouais,
Merci.
je voulais juste vous remplir de l'eau.
Oui, merci.
C'est marrant, hein, caché comme ça. Entre-temps, je vais... I will, je sais pas ce qui se passe maintenant, mais ça...
Is it working?
Non, pas tellement, mais c'est lent. Il faut attendre peut-être. J'ai déjà tapé dessus, mais c'est... Mais entre-temps, tu sais, il faut... moi, j'ai fait avec ça pour communication. Il faut mettre...
C'est ici.
D'accord.
Ouais.
Parce que les ordinateurs, c'est pas mon truc.
Oh non, papa, non. Moi non plus.
Alors...
Open.
Et qu'est-ce que je fais avec?
Oui.
Je mets où?
It'll open it.
Mhm.
That's it. See?
Et puis je dois... should I save it somewhere?
Yeah.
So that I can...
Well, to get it ready, I think you should just, once we're ready, we
So I can just
put it
leave
here.
my memory stick in
Yeah,
there
yeah.
and hope that I remember to...
Yeah, yeah. No problem.
I'm sure that... I'm sure Sarah must have saved hers somewhere. Because her memory stick's not in there. Oh well,
Okay.
I'll ask her. Entre-temps, connection has failed.
Let's reload the page. Because sometimes it logs out, right?
Yeah. Sorry, this time so long. I can really do with coffee.
Do you want me to bring you one? Just plain coffee?
Can you do that?
Yeah,
do you
of
mind?
course.
Thank you.
But-
With
but-
milk, but no sugar.
Latte? But
Yeah, latte would be
But no
lovely.
sugar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm
but
sorry
then
to...
we'll wait until.
Yeah, exactly. I think the internet's just not working on this at the moment, so.
Maybe you need a password, his password.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe it just timed us out. Anyway, it's no problem. I could just print it out later. Oh dear.
Here you go. I only brought one milk.
Oh, thank you so much.
Does that work?
No, that would be perfect. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. So can
So
you
we'll
keep
just-
an eye on this for a second because it's Davida's, or should I take it?
No. Just
Yeah.
I'll just sit here and drink my coffee. That's fine. Yeah.
So should I leave it?
Yeah.
You?
Just leave it. I don't think it's. I mean, I'll just shut it because it doesn't seem to be working anymore. Did you succeed? Yes. I partially succeeded, but not entirely. Oh, right, so it's got the internet on that as well. Oh, that's the thing to do. Well, maybe I can do that. Sorry?
She's Julieta Falcon.
Okay, because that's just stopped working. Where did you save your presentation to, Sarah? Because I've got mine. Okay, I'm not very good at any of this stuff.
Just save as. And desktop came up as an option. If you go up, just move down.
Maybe I'm going to try and do it on this one. Let the whole world see me checking in. It's projected on the screen.
I didn't waste time changing seats or anything.
No, I've already. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that either. Manage my booking.
Bright lights, aren't they?
Sorry?
Bright lights.
The whole world is watching me. The whole world is watching me check in. Look. Yeah, exactly. Email, boarding pass. What's her address? Did you say?
It's Julieta with one T. Falcon.
Oh, there it is. It's come up.
Oh, it's come out. Yeah, brilliant.
Fantastic.
Technology's good sometimes.
Yeah. No, it's great. I think I'm going to email her both actually because I don't know if the first one worked. Couldn't find the @ key on that one. So,
You can make the thing go up by this, eh?
oh, what? Oh my God.
Being told, we might like it up a bit.
Send email, yeah. Send email.
That's nice, isn't that better?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we're unable to display your... Okay.
There's an option somewhere.
Okay.
Ça y est, j'ai fait avec l'autre. Ouais, j'ai fait avec celui-là, cet ordinateur, parce que ça, j'ai réussi. J'ai envoyé les deux emails, oui. Bon, je pense en tout cas. On verra bien. Merci, merci.
Non, je vous en prie.
No, I have to kind of go boldly into the cafe and find them all lurking around the corner somewhere.
Is that where they were?
Yeah.
Right. I also struggled to find the Louis.
Oh, I know, yes, I found the zoo. Oh, really? They're just downstairs on the right.
Yeah. I'll go down there again, shall I? Like the other person did. Good to see your pictures. I didn't see it.
They're not a lot of fun. There's only one that's really fun. Because it was making the vision to make one argument. Because it was vision to make one argument.
Just people.
An audience. No, it's really great. It's very clear when you're down there. It looks like sorry for Oh, you cherry?
You cherry.
Oh, right, okay. So, just
Anthropology from geography.
Yeah, but
Affiliated with
yeah, I'm an associate director. Associate director. So if you say I'm an associate director, because it's too much, just let us go. Get up and get going. She's affiliated with the centre.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're formally.
To one meeting that I think on Saturday.
Have you ever been to one of our parties?
Sorry?
That's always something else. I know. You can bring the kids.
Yeah. Just a lot of stuff to do.
Yes, I do. You don't really miss much. Have a listen.
I might move my diary as things.
We've got everybody?
Is it last time? So stand up.
Should we make a start?
We'll let are you going to introduce us first?
I'll introduce you first. Yeah?
Okay. Yes.
You want to do it right now?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Turn it on. Is it on? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So next we have Professor Sarah Atkinson and Dr. Kate Hampshire from University of Durham. Sarah is Associate Director of the Centre for Medical Humanities at Durham and in the Department of Geography. And Kate's in the Department of of Anthropology and is also a member of the Centre for Medical Humanities at Durham. So,
great. Shall I kick off? Just stand over here. We should have done this first. Oops. Good morning. Thanks very much to David for hosting us here. This is a fabulous place. And as a geographer, I'm really enjoying this sort of space-bending patterns that are going on outside. We'll have difficulty walking around, I think. As the first presentation of this session, I want to open up the engagement between critical medical humanities and the increasingly globalised flows in healthcare through consideration of one of the most, perhaps extraordinary medical advances of the last 60 years, that of organ transplantation. This is a topic that can be explored, of course, from very many different angles, and as such affords a bridge across the sort of seriously hardcore biomedical, biophysical, the social, the political, the experiential, and so forth. As a geographer adopting a medical humanities lens, I find at least 3 lines of inquiry as potentially fascinating. First, the possibilities of moving body parts from one body to another fundamentally challenges ideas of the body and therefore who we are and what we might be. And the growth that we're seeing in medical transplant tourism creates new intimacies between formerly differentiated bodies in ways that are informed by and challenging to all kinds of discussions of post-colonialism. Secondly, there's a well-discussed gap between supply and demand that feeds a range of issues around the strategies to increase supply, the inequalities in access to organs, the global anxieties and politics of the organ trade, and attempts at a global governance of organ trading. And thirdly, whilst we can explore these aspects of organ transplantation through documents, interviews with key stakeholders, or evaluation studies, a richly nuanced knowledge is also available from creative engagements, and we've already heard Alice talking today, and we looked at photographs yesterday. Today I want to look at how organ donation has spawned imaginaries of future societies and their logical but unethical solutions to meeting organ supply. My own particular concern, and the reason I started looking at some of this material, is with the ways in which we care for other bodies, which other bodies are reached by our care, and perhaps more particularly, what strategies do we have to allow us not to care for certain bodies. And so in this brief excursion, I want to lay the groundwork for exploring a series of dilemmas, paradoxes and challenges to how we care in a global world. Clearly, what we might call these emerging technologies of immortality bring with them exemplars of these types of dilemmas, paradoxes and challenges through the unequal availability and access to them. I don't want that one yet. I want to keep it theory light, but just a little introduction to sort of care theories. There's a whole body of literature on the ethics of care that's come out of feminist literature, arguing that care should be more centrally up front in the way that we organise ourselves and our societies, led by Carol Gilligan, Gilligan's work on ethics and care. And there's lots of typologies in this, but a sort of central one is a distinction between care for known and proximate others and caring about issues and others beyond our immediate everyday lives. So this for and about is central to how we might think about care. How we care about in a collective way takes different forms in different societies. In my own country, in the United Kingdom, the NHS reflects a collective agreement to provide healthcare to all at the point of delivery. Elsewhere, healthcare may be based on private insurance, asserting an individualised responsibility for healthcare, but a collective care for regulating provision. These diverse modalities of caring collectively about others are shaped by complex interactions of vested interests and cultural currencies in terms of how we conceive of ourselves, our bodies, health, and the possibilities for health care. These complex interactions have to date largely been understood as structured within the bounds of the nation state. But when the resources for caring about others are scarce and demand greatly outstrips supply within a national system, increasingly such resources are sourced globally, from the migrant care worker through to the transplant tourist. These emerging global pathways for sourcing caring resources, stretching beyond the reach of national regulatory agencies or locally shared values and sanctions, present new challenges to caring collectively about others. And to what extent do we also seek strategies to enable us to care about distant others, or do we rather embrace those strategies that enable us to distance ourselves from caring about others? Strategies, as this title of my presentation suggests, are founded in part on space, time, and perhaps also the imagination. Rapid advances in biomedical technologies, including transplantation and the possibilities of cloning, have stimulated creative imaginings of future or alternative dystopic societies in which the population's health and well-being is maintained through the medical exploitation of a parallel subclass. In such imaginaries, the moral position is always unequivocal. The practices are condemned and humanity restored to exploited bodies. And various discourses are used in these imaginaries to justify treating the supplier population as non-human. So in Doctor Who's New Earth, in the year 5023, the hospital run by the Cat-kind nuns can cure all human ailments. But this expertise is gained from experimentation on thousands of human clones grown in vaults by the sisters and infected with diseases. The clone's potential humanity is completely suppressed through sedation, and anyone showing signs of thought is quickly killed off. And although the sisters are acting illegally, we suspect a society content to look away. In the 2005 film, The Island, clones grow up in a strict and confined society, believing that everywhere else is contaminated, apart from a paradise island to which residency is won through the lottery. In fact, lottery winners provide organs and other biological functions for their identical non-clone. Again, the island society, in the rather nearer future of 2019, does not condone the use of technology to exploit a sub- or non-human class. Indeed, those funding the clone colony, who've bought into it, think they have paid for organ growth. It's the scientist businessman that found it more convenient to produce whole-body clones. But yet again, we suspect a society happy not to ask too many questions. And when the non-clone confronts the reality, acting ethically proves too difficult in the face of a potential mortality. By contrast, in Ishiguro's novel Never Let Me Go, cloning for organ supply is fully condoned by the society, demanding new strategies to justify the clone's subjugation to organ harvesting. While the clones are well looked after, at least the ones we meet in the book, they must still be categorised as subhuman, even by those most intimately involved with their childhood. These alternative societies warn of moral perils from medical technology, but their distance in time or imagination and the clear moral condemnation situates their scenarios as improbable. Collectively, we, as reader or viewer of these stories, endorse the condemnation and acknowledge the perils by supporting strict regulation of biotechnologies. And yet, even where the clones are most abased, the morality is tinged with ambiguity. The sisters, in Doctor Who, do not act from self-interest. They act from a professional commitment, compassion even, to care both about and for their human patients, arguing that more humane methods of research would have been too slow. This does chime with contemporary exposures of health professionals acting illegally for the collective good, including through body mining. Moreover, in Ishiguro's work, there are different resonances with contemporary society. Power relations between differentiated bodies enable the sustainable exploitation of some bodies by others in a combination of benefits that are both for profit and for longevity. However, discrimination against the other in Ishiguro's society is no longer grounded in assumed associations of collective genetics and geographical origins, as in racism, but differentiation is not based on outward signs of potential group or otherness, such as colour, dress, or religion, or gender, but by an inward and invisible otherness that is defined by their personal provenance and raises all kinds of questions about a new forms of what is authentic. Ishiguro cleverly complicates the distances of space and time by imagining a society that, apart from the cloning, resonates in all other respects with the British recent past. Indeed, he plays down the technology in his book to discomfort us in relation to caring, or rather uncaring, about others across a range of contemporary issues. And there's a paper that elaborates this very eloquently by Anne Whitehead. Imaginaries of the issues of medical technology set in real-world contemporary Western societies mostly explore personal beatific and emotional dimensions to donation. So in Almodovar's All About My Mother, Manuela is a staff member on an organ donation program who abuses her access to information to identify and watch the recipient of her son's heart and his family leave hospital happy and healthy. And although this is only a relatively short moment in the film, it would appear that being near the last vestige of her son, perhaps say farewell and witness the benefit of the donation, marks the first step in a journey which in the film explores guilt, loss and care. And there seems to be, I've just started reading novels around organ donation, and there seems to be a genre emerging where both sides of the relationship are explored, the donor and the recipient families, often about children. Again, this theme comes up routinely. Similarly, contemporary discourses of organ donation in affluent societies predominantly celebrate the gift to another. Organ donation is mostly a posthumous gift. Those willing to donate register or carry a card, or societies may consider an opt-out system. Some donations can be made from the living, including kidney donation, which is associated with a heroic, life-saving rhetoric, but also with products bringing greater public acclaim. And of course, none of these discourses that we have in contemporary society even begin to intimate any moves towards the exploitation that's found in New Earth or the island. But it is, of course, the gap between demand and supply that feeds the imaginary society that cares about its non-cloned population through uncare about its cloned bodies. And this gap is a feature of the contemporary world, and one that is likely to rapidly increase as technologies advance. Organ transplant, once miraculous, is increasingly normalised, and perhaps in the popular imagination at least, often the only barrier to stepping past death is seen as organ availability. And with this normalisation, new discourses and practices of organ transplant are emergent. The internet enables registers to connect donors and patients. Social media are used to seek donors. The man here successfully sought a donor online with a pitch that it wasn't for his own sake, but for his kids who were too young to lose their dad. The conventional procedure of donation for an anonymous donor, anonymous other, or receipt dependent on the criteria of the medical system is thus undermined and donation practices potentially transformed. Underpinning this shift is a reassertion that body parts belong to the individual body from which they will be taken, and which may hold the right to decide with which other body parts, which other body they may be incorporated. In the film £7, Ben seeks redemption for causing the death of 7 people by identifying 7 strangers to benefit from what he has to offer, including body parts, following his suicide. But first, he wants to meet them to make sure they are worthy of his gift, re-invoking traditions of evaluating the deserving and the undeserving poor for charity in the past. The BNP is this sort of fascist party in Britain. From here, it may be a small step to a fully commoditised organ market. If we are deemed the owners of our original body parts, do we not have the right to sell them? Whilst organs may not be sold in Western societies, regulating donation by an apparently consenting adult who may have been paid behind the scenes is difficult. Regulation across borders may be even more challenging. The new market for transplant tourism amplifies the general concerns related to medical tourism, for not only are scarce resources of finance and expertise drawn into the private sector and away from the local population, but scarce resources of body parts flow from the underprivileged to the privileged, tracking and reproducing existing inequalities. The gap between demand and supply and inequalities in ability to pay inevitably generates illegal trade in undocumented and unregulated movement of organs. Organ and kidney brokers operate to encourage and perhaps coerce those in poverty and debt to donate for money to solve their economic problems. And this is obviously quite a well-known problem. There's been quite a lot of work looking at this. Follow-up studies rarely find lasting benefits, with donors suffering subsequent poor health, stigma, and reduced earning capacity. The extraction of organs from executed prisoners without prior or family consent has been condemned as an abuse of human rights, a practice that China, for example, has modified in response to international protest. The treatment of prisoners reflects something of New Earth, the island, or Never Let Me Go, in effectively recategorising criminals on death row as no longer full citizens entitled to human rights. In 1997, the French folklorist Véronique Campion-Vincent described the emergence of organ theft narratives. Documenting such narratives across different parts of the world, these are narratives of fear that you're going to be sort of mined for your organ parts. Campion-Vincent argues these narratives reflect a worldwide malaise with the advances of medical technology, and especially organ transplant technology, which transgresses boundaries of life and death, self and other, she says. The anthropologist and activist Nancy Shepherd-Hughes, by contrast, emphasises the context of inequalities in which the poor are explicitly frightened about their potential, and in some cases proven, actual powerlessness in protecting their corporeal integrity. A variation on these narratives is expressed also through horror movies, in which the protagonists have to escape capture for the purposes of organ harvesting. The horror draws on middle-class anxieties of a criminal subclass section of society, but also acknowledge an illegal and global trade, whilst unequivocally condemning both. The anxiety drawn on in Turistas is that of the threat of global inequalities. The tourists of the title are young people from the affluent nations on holiday in Brazil, from which the attackers claim have been stealing organs from the Brazilian poor, and that it is time to give back. The tourist organs will be given to poor recipients in the favelas of Rio. Although recognising the inequalities fueling an illegal organ trade, the film distorts caring about others into a gruesome and somewhat global variant of Robin Hood, taking from the rich to give to the poor, and feeding a moral xenophobia that displaces any audience sympathies. In this, we note another dominant imaginary about organ trafficking and transplant tourism, that it is to be universally condemned, dominated by criminal thugs, and indeed has been likened to genocide or even a form of neo-cannibalism. The team led from Rotterdam University on a European-funded research project on live organ transplants argue differently, pointing out that the organ trade can take many different forms, each of which brings different sets of ethical dilemmas. On an explicitly global scale, a rare biography of transplant tourism in Larry's Kidney recounts how United States citizen Larry searches for a kidney through the illegal market in China. And this is about an adult, not a child. The expedition is recounted by his cousin Daniel, who Larry asks to accompany and help him. Daniel nods towards the ethical concerns of Larry's quest only twice in the account, making clear he has decided to shelve his reservations and respond to his cousin's request. An expatriate in China expresses objections to what Larry and Daniel are doing. "I'm just against checkbook medical tourism," he says. And in response, Daniel effectively asserts that caring about the concerns of the collective others is trumped by caring for individual others intimately known to one. But when it's your own relative's life on the line, you tend to see a few more shades of grey. And then he says, well, I'm suspending all ethical considerations because he's my cousin. Regulating organ transplantation shares the challenges and the same responses with the governance of other global health concerns. Global agreement has been drawn up through the Declaration of Istanbul, informing laws subsequently introduced in those countries endorsing the declaration. But making guidelines effective also needs the support of resources and attitudes. And whilst we acknowledge the perils of modern medical technologies within any one society, we prefer to see these as imaginary futures that we will avoid through existing and further regulation and public debate. Our imagining of an uncaring, exploitative trade is mostly confined to future worlds, which we will avoid becoming, or to contemporary criminal actions, which we collectively condemn. But the challenges in regulating organ transplant flows are no longer restricted within the bounds of any one nation state. A small number of imaginaries, together with emergent discourses, narratives and personal accounts, expose the complexities, paradoxes and challenges for collective caring about others in a global world. How do we care about strangers, about others with whom we are not intimately connected? The Harvest Project provides a psychological exploration in which the personal suffering of the loss of a child prompts a surgeon to set up a project to ensure organ transplants for young people. But involvement with lucrative illegal trading networks cannot be resisted. Moreover, the detective who unearths the network himself has to decide whether to break it up or use it to access an organ for his own daughter. The film explores the tensions in caring for those near to one and caring about wider society within the context of one country. Thus, one evident tension is one of scale. Daniel, in supporting Larry, puts caring for above caring about. Detective Tsume in the Harvest Project also has to decide between these. Do we not all wonder sometimes what we would do if we, or perhaps more importantly, someone we loved, needed a kidney as the waiting time lengthened? So where are we left? In a world characterised by inequality, will caring about all others always be an elusive goal? As in the futuristic and alternative dystopias, we already only care selectively about some, but deny our uncaring about others. And part of how we affect our uncaring is through our depictions of who, how, where, and when such uncaring occurs. That is the distances of space, time, and imagination. Creative literature, film, and other art forms reflect and informs those imaginaries, but may also afford a critical interrogation of our assumptions, as well as knowledge of the complex experiential realities for those intimately involved. Thank you.
Good morning. Firstly, thank you very much to Sanjoy and everybody else who's made this extraordinarily interesting and challenging meeting come together. Thank you for inviting me here. What I'd like to do in this talk is actually to extend on some of the things that Monica was talking about and to try and illustrate through medicines, through thinking about medicines, how some of these ideas from within medical anthropology can be used to think about the connections between global and local processes. One of the important shifts in global health policy and the way that global health works since the WHO started in 1948 has been the increasing centrality of medicines within global health. And this has partly come about through the enormous technological advances from antibiotics in the 1940s and 50s to increasingly sophisticated antiretrovirals more recently. And we've seen enormous shifts as well since the essential drugs concept was first established in the 1970s at the WHO, in the ways that the global distribution of medicines operate.
with an increasing number of players from the pharmaceutical industry and particularly the emergence of pharmacophilanthropy in the last decade, to big philanthropic organisations and public-private partnerships that are all involved in the production, research and distribution of pharmaceuticals. So even 25 years ago, Sheikh van der Geest and Susan White talked about the fact that medicines are so central to a healthcare programme without them is almost an impossibility. It's like a bar without beer, they said. And I think particularly in the 21st century, as Jeremy Green points out, expanding our access to pharmaceuticals has been and become one of the most visible planks of 21st century global health efforts. However, along with the enormous health benefits that have been achieved through the development, production and global distribution of many important medicines, lots of new questions have been raised, and again, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. Questions around, for example, how to ensure universal or equitable access to essential medicines, what should be defined as an essential medicine when new expensive second-line drugs are coming online as first-line drugs. There are increasing problems of resistance. How, for example, should informed consent be weighed up against wider public health benefits of mass drug administration for neglected tropical diseases like schistosomiasis and geohelminths? And there have been big debates about that between public health specialists and anthropologists over mass drug administration, particularly in East Africa. How can pharmaceutical markets be effectively regulated when legislative institutions may be weak and transnational corporations can easily circumvent national frameworks? How can pharmaceutical companies be incentivised to conduct research into new treatments for the diseases of the poor and yet make those treatments affordable to poor people, to the poorest who are most affected by those diseases? So what I want to do in this talk, really, is to think about a kind of medical anthropology take on this and use recent thinking and ideas within medical anthropology to think about how some of those issues play out at a global level and at a local, micro or everyday level. And then to think kind of back as to how those sort of ethnographic understandings might provide us with a useful lens through which to view the bigger questions in global health policy and practice. So some of the things that medical anthropologists have been interested in the last 10, 15 years have been to think about what happens when medicines travel, what happens when medicines move from one context and one person to another. How are medicines used, by whom, how, and for what purposes? What meanings do medicines take on when they, as I say, when they move from one person or one context to another? And then I want to think about how those questions might reflect back usefully on what happens at a global level. And I'm going to do this through talking through in a little bit of detail 3 examples taken from my fieldwork over the last 10 or 15 years, and the third one actually not from fieldwork, but just from my life, my personal experience. So the first example came from some fieldwork that I did in Niger during the food crisis of 2004-2005, when I was doing some work for the World Food Programme and the humanitarian organisations that were associated with the distribution of emergency food aid. And the work I was doing was actually looking at how food aid, so the emergency food rations, were used within families. So I was working in a situation where there were high levels of acute malnutrition, particularly among young children, a high child mortality rate, but this was also within the context of chronic livelihood insecurity and relatively weak kind of public health services. So one morning, as we were starting off to do some field work, I noticed that one of my field assistants, who I'll call Isa, was giving some medicine to her baby son. This is her baby son, who was 6 months old at the time. So I asked her what she was doing, what the medicine was. And she told me that whenever she had a bit of spare money, she went along and bought some Bactrim, so an antibiotic in syrup form, for her son, and she gave him a spoonful each morning until the bottle of Bactrim was finished, and then she may or may not be able to afford another one for another few weeks. So I was surprised about this, and I asked her why she did this, whether her son was ill, and she replied, no, I give it to boost him, to make him strong. Some days later, Isa and I were working together with a family doing some interviews, and I was asked, as is often happened, for medicine by a mother who I'll call Fatima, who her 18-month-old daughter had a persistent cough, and she asked me for medicine to cure the cough. Now, I'm not a doctor, I have no medical training, so I said what I usually say in these circumstances, which is that she should go and consult the health clinic. In this particular case, that wasn't hard for her to do because she lived very close to one and she already had the health card, which you have to pay for a small amount of money, but she'd already got the health card for her daughter. So I suggested that she go there where a doctor or nurse would advise on appropriate treatment. So then we left, but when I looked back, I saw Isa giving a spoonful of the medicine, of the Bactrim, to the child. So afterwards, when we left, I admonished Isa and I said that she shouldn't have done that. I said it wasn't appropriate and it could be dangerous to give medicines out, especially to young children. Isa retorted that the child was sick and she could not leave without, as she said, doing something for the child. A second example is drawn from work I've done more recently with children and young adolescents in Ghana. So during more recent fieldwork in Ghana, I discovered that many children and young adolescents, so 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, were regularly self-medicating with a range of pharmaceutical and herbal medicines, and often spending considerable sums of money in the process. Not huge sums for you and me, but compared with the resources they had, were spending a lot. So to pick one example among many, Kweku, a 13-year-old schoolboy, had recently bought a medicine, and I asked him about this medicine. He said it was for treating blindness and hemorrhoids. I asked if he suffered from blindness and hemorrhoids, and he said that he didn't suffer from either of those conditions, but he'd seen an advertisement on the TV for this medicine, and it looked so good that he wanted to have some. Kweku went on to explain to me that he takes on casual labouring jobs, mostly farm work and head loading, carrying things on his head, after school and at weekends. And in doing that, he manages to get money so that he can stay in school. However, he says the work makes him tired and he suffers from frequent headaches and body pains. And he associates that with the heavy farm work. Worried that his school performance was suffering, Kweku began experimenting with different medicines to make him stronger and better able to sustain his heavy workload. And he kept talking about boosting my blood levels. There's a very interesting thing, which I can't go into now, about blood and the strength of blood. So he said, I'm taking this to boost my blood levels. And then we started talking about why this particular medicine, he found out about that particular one through a TV advert, but actually quite a lot of his friends were doing similar things, experimenting with taking different medicines and sharing this experience and saying, oh, I've tried this, it's quite good, you should get some of this as well. So many other children do the same and provide also a source of information and support for one another about what medicines to try. So this is a picture from Kweku's village. This is actually kind of slightly separately to this. I've done some work with kind of modern traditional healers in Ghana who sell huge range of different sorts of medicines, and often mixing pharmaceutical medicines, local herbal medicines, Chinese medicines and other things. So it's very easy for people like Kweku to get access to more or less whatever they want, in theory at least. The third example that I'm going to draw on today is rather different. It's not from my fieldwork, it's just from my life. So unlike the other people that I've just described, I live in the UK, a high-income country, and a country with a good public health system through the National Health Service. I have a good level of income and I have a high level of education. So I should be somebody that knows how to use medicines properly and rationally. And yet, in my medicine cabinet at home, I keep all kinds of medicines that I shouldn't really keep. I keep antibiotics and I keep antimalarials to cure malaria, not prophylaxis. These are medicines that I shouldn't have in my cupboard because I should just be prescribed them by a physician for a particular condition and then I should have taken them all. So I shouldn't have these, but I do. I have quite a lot. Don't tell anyone. So what's going on in these three cases and many, many others that I could talk about or that you might read about? Trying to understand why so-called local people or patients don't comply with doctors' instructions or public health messages has been a key concern for a long time that researchers in public health and related social sciences have tried to grapple with, understanding why messages don't get through and why people do what seems to be the wrong thing. Many explanations focus on sort of cultural or what are called cultural and educational barriers to rational and effective medicine use. So practices that don't align with biomedical approaches and biomedical wisdom are frequently explained either in terms of local culture or traditional beliefs or ignorance or some combination of those things. In other words, local people are stuck in these traditional ways. They don't really know what they're doing. They need to be educated. People need to explain to them how to use medicines properly. But recently, as Monica's also discussed in her talk earlier, more critical approaches in medical anthropology have shifted the focus away from culture as a kind of thing out there in its own right to understanding how beliefs, practices and actions and decisions play out within particular political and economic structures and processes and within very particular historical contexts. More critical approaches have also focused on understanding and contextualizing the capabilities and the agency of people, of actors, but also the structural constraints on that agency. So how some people may be able to have lots of choices effectively, and others it may seem that they have lots of choices, but actually their choices are very limited. And this ties in exactly to the idea of structural violence that we were discussing earlier. And more critical approaches have also turned the kind of ethnographic lens away from purely the recipients of healthcare towards the providers as well, so the policymakers, the practitioners, and looking at and interrogating critically what they do in terms of beliefs and practices as well. So what I want to do now is to, with those ideas in mind, to look again at those three examples and see if we can understand what's happening in each case. So in the context of Niger, chronic grinding poverty and livelihood insecurity conspire to limit people's agency hugely in terms of safeguarding their children from illness and death. So I interviewed many, many women whose children had died despite doing everything within their power to get access to healthcare, to give appropriate medicines, to give extra food, whatever. And in the face of this general loss of control and uncertainty, huge uncertainty, it becomes important to do something. And those were Isa's words. I needed to do something. It becomes important to do something, even if that something is limited, in order to try to safeguard what is precious, i.e. children. So by giving her son Bactrim when she could afford it, Isa was trying to exert some form of agency over a situation where, in fact, her options were very limited. But giving this medicine was about far more than the anticipated biochemical action of the medicine in her son's body. It was a way of expressing care. So when she administered the medicine, the care and the love that she felt for her son became manifest physically and performed both for herself, she felt like she was a good mother, and for those that witnessed the act of giving the medicine. when Isa gave the medicine to Fatima's daughter, what I told her that she shouldn't have done, she didn't know. She didn't know whether the medicine would work in the sense of making Fatima's daughter better. Although, as I'll talk about in a minute, often Western medicines are accredited with almost miraculous properties. But the giving of the medicine to Fatima to give to her daughter, or the administering of the medicine to Fatima's daughter, was also, and perhaps more importantly, a way of expressing her care and concern, both for the daughter and an expression of solidarity for the unhappy predicament of the mother, who, like herself, had actually little control over what was going to happen. So the something that she was doing was not necessarily about making Fatima's daughter well, but it was an act of empathy, care and compassion, symbolised physically in the act of giving medicine. And now thinking about Ghana, there are many or several sets of circumstances conspire such that children like Kweku are regularly self-medicating with a variety of substances, from pharmaceuticals to various herbal and other medicines. Firstly, although schooling is theoretically free in Ghana, like in many other countries, there are lots of associated expenses. So you have to buy books, you have to buy pens, there are PTA fees, there are sports fees, and often teacher incentives. Various ways that teachers kind of extract extra money to make up for the fact that often they don't get paid their salaries, or their salaries are often up to a year in arrears. So many children from lower income homes I've worked with are therefore having to earn money to meet those expenses and continue in school, and see that as an important thing to be doing, and encouraged by their parents as well. But the work that they typically find involves hard labour, and many of them report severe, acute and chronic pain. At the same time, access to formal health services is limited, so that, as we know, apart from the direct expenses of consultation fees and medicines that can be difficult, there are also many indirect costs, transport, for example, time constraints, and often inadequate healthcare infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, and many public health clinics don't have the medicines. So you go to the doctor and they say, well, you've got this, I would give you this, but we don't have any, you'll have to go and buy it at the pharmacy. So it's simply not possible for many people, and particularly children like Kweku, to consult a health professional unless the condition is very serious and possibly life-threatening. Instead, Kweku and many others like him buy medicines formally from market traders, itinerant healers and others, and often just buy one or two at a time. So they might just buy a couple of antibiotic pills, or one anti-malarial, or one something. The weak regulation of pharmaceuticals means that medicines from antibiotics to antimalarials to blood tonics and many others are widely available and can be purchased by the tablet. So you can just buy one, two, or as many as you can afford. The weak regulation also leads to huge uncertainty about the authenticity and the efficacy of substances. So children like Kweku are very aware that a lot of medicines may be counterfeit, they may be substandard, they may be in different boxes from what they really are. So knowing which medicines to trust becomes a very real concern. And as I said, sources of information include both word of mouth, personal contacts, and also in Ghana's recently deregulated broadcast media, you can't listen to radio in Ghana for more than 10 minutes without hearing advertisements from healers, phone-in shows with healers, where people are also phoning in to testify to how effective this medicine or that medicine was. Medicines, as I mentioned, from overseas are often thought to be more powerful. And one of the interesting things I found was that a lot of these children were not buying cheap, generic, locally produced drugs. They were buying expensive, branded, imported drugs, because these were thought to be more powerful than the locally produced generic ones. But I would argue that this is also not simply a case, not straightforwardly a case of Kweku being exploited by larger commercial interests, because for him, self-medication is also a crucial way of taking control of his situation. Basically of managing to stay in school and be healthy enough to study effectively, do his homework and learn. So for him, he didn't see himself as exploited. He saw himself as very strategically playing the game and getting what he needed. And bizarrely, there are some parallels between that and my situation in the UK and of many others in the West. And there's been some work, which this is one example recently, about how working mothers in America and UK self-medicate on a very regular basis, because that's the only way you can manage having kids, working, the kind of time pressures that we are often faced with. So yeah, I'm a senior faculty member at Durham University. I have a good income. I live in a country with a free public health system. Why do I self-medicate? Why do I stash medicines? 2 reasons, really. I'm a busy working mother. I have 3 small children. I travel a lot. I don't always have time to go to the doctor. It can take time to get an appointment. Doctors often run behind schedule. I think, perhaps wrongly, that I have a good enough working knowledge of diseases and medicines to self-diagnose and self-medicate. So if I've had a fever that's gone on too long, I do a rapid diagnostic test and take some artemisinin. If I've had a cough that's gone on for 3 or 4 weeks with a bit of a fever, I might take some antibiotics. The second reason is that the UK health system is really rubbish at dealing with malaria. So I've had a few bad experiences that I was talking with some people about in the restaurant last night, about it really not being very good to have malaria in the UK. Basically, either they incarcerate you in a high security thing, or they don't take it seriously, or you just can't get the medicine. So I was saying last year I had malaria, falciparum malaria, which I had diagnosed in Malawi, and I was flying back to the UK, and I finally managed to get a prescription for artemisinin combination therapy. I took it to the chemist, and they said, yeah, we'll be able to get this in about 6 weeks. I was thinking, I have falciparum malaria, I'll be dead in 6 weeks. So that's the other reason that I self-medicate, because it's actually quite hard to get treatment for particular things like malaria in the northeast of England. But in a very different set of circumstances, for me, just like for Kweku, self-medication is a way of exerting agency in a situation where my options for different reasons are limited, not like Kweku or Isa or the others because I'm poor or because I live somewhere without adequate healthcare, but largely because of the working culture of a post-industrial neoliberal economy like the UK, which requires a very different form of bodily management. So like many other working parents, I self-medicate, sometimes with prescription medicines to keep going because I can't afford and I don't have time to do otherwise. I personally get my medicines from stockpiling unused prescriptions or buying medicines over the counter when I travel, but many other people use e-pharmacies, and I'm really interested in the way that e-pharmacies are playing into this, often involving an unregulated transfer of medicines from poorer countries to richer ones, at the same time as branded pharmaceuticals are moving in the other direction. So there's really interesting ways that medicines are moving internationally. So from these stories, and I could extend these stories, but I haven't got time in half an hour, we can see that medicines have power. Medicines do far more than act biochemically on bodies. They represent acts of caregiving and love, as in Isa giving medicine to her son and to Fatima's daughter. They represent precious gifts that have the power to show solidarity, care, and cement social relations. They constitute expressions of status, particularly by using branded Western drugs. They represent technologies of self-care and self-governance that allow Ghanaian schoolchildren and UK working mothers and many others to keep going and to conform to expectations of production and reproduction. They have metonymic associations with biomedical authority. So by taking a medicine, you're ingesting not only the physical substance, but by extension, taking into the body the authoritative knowledge of particular medical systems and ways of thinking. And they also represent, to some extent, acts of resistance against the constraints of life and ways of exerting, albeit often very limited, control. So you can't challenge a whole biomedical orthodoxy, but by tinkering, or what recently has been called biotactics, can refigure things slightly to one's advantage and enable one to, as I've said, keep going, at least partially, on one's own terms. But it's important to remember that those acts become understandable only within specific realities of people's lives, shaped by political, economic, institutional, and historical contexts. So in this case, grinding poverty and chronic livelihood insecurity, inadequate access to healthcare services and schooling, exploitative advertising and unregulated markets for medicines, and work-life time pressures. So why does this matter? Well, clearly there are implications for individual health and well-being of people using medicines that may be dangerous, or perhaps more importantly, in many cases, like the kids that I was working with in Ghana, are simply spending money that they don't really have on medicines that probably aren't going to help in any way. Secondly, we know there are big public health risks associated with drug resistance, which the sorts of medicine use that I've described are likely to engender, and associated failure to control and eliminate particular infectious diseases. Quite apart from kind of ethical and equity issues around equity of access to high quality and appropriate medicines and the ability to exercise agency in making informed choices in healthcare. And I want to finish really by making a plug for the role of critical ethnography within all of this. What I'm really trying to say in this talk is that we can learn a lot, I think, about how global policy and the actions and decisions of various global actors can play out in local people's everyday lives. And we can do that through careful and patient ethnographic observation. And that includes looking at local beliefs and practices and traditions and stuff. But it goes much further than that. It entails documenting the decisions and actions that people take within the context of the wider constraints of their lives, which are in turn situated within larger scale structures and processes that they may have a greater or lesser ability to control, challenge, or manoeuvre around. So two recent articles from critical medical anthropologists on this. So from Beale and Petrina talking about, by looking closely at life stories and the ups and downs of individuals and communities as they grapple with inequality, struggle to access technology, and confront state market formations, we begin to apprehend larger systems. We are able to see them in the making or in the process of dissolution and understand more intimately the local realities that result. And another critical medical anthropologist, Stacey Lee Pigg, has recently talked about the importance of patient ethnography as opening up a space for questioning of received certainties within global health policy and practice. And I think that's really important as she's arguing, in the kind of desire to do something in the face of what are still enormous challenges and inequities in global health. It's also important in the midst of all the action to look, to think carefully, to take time and allow moments for critical and sometimes difficult reflection on what it is that's going on. So I want to end with two diagrams that I was very proud of myself for doing on PowerPoint, because I'm not very good at things like this, but the kind of traditional role, if you like, for medical anthropologists has been as a sort of bridge between policymakers and health professionals on the one hand, and local people and patients on the other hand. And this has been largely about trying to get these people to do what these people say they should do, and trying to help these people convey messages in a more culturally appropriate way to these people. But what I'm trying to say here is that a more critical ethnographic approach can do a lot more than that. By carefully documenting the decisions, actions and practices of the many different kinds of actors that we have within the global health arena. So, for example, not thinking about local people as patients as just one thing, but thinking about the diverse publics within in the world and within the global health arena particularly. Thinking about the role of civil society organisations, for example, the Treatment Action Campaign, which we know is so influential and similar in South Africa and similar movements in Brazil. And by carefully documenting how these different actors operate and engage with each other, articulate with each other, and play out within these very particular political, economic, historical contexts, I think we can learn a lot. And so I just want to end by that really, to say that I think pausing, thinking and documenting very, very carefully what's going on in everyday lives, small practices that people do, can give a hugely important lens through which to view the bigger picture as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much for those talks. I thought it struck me that the complex ethics of care was a strong connection between the two as well there. So maybe if we take a couple of questions and then hand them over to our speakers. We've got a few minutes, so any questions? That's fine. Okay, well, let's start off with Margaret.
A very specific question. Actually, on one of your slides, I noticed right at the bottom, and you went through the slide very quickly, you said that women are rarely the purchase.
They're rarely the people who they're purchased.
That's it, yes.
For, I think.
Yes.
That's from Shepherd Hughes's work.
Yes, and I wondered if you could say something a bit more about that.
No, I've taken that from Nancy Shepherd Hughes. Did quite a bit of work and set up a organ watch organisation, and her argument was that these, specifically in relation to the argument that the organ theft narratives were a sort of malaise with medical technology, but she said, no, you've got to put it into the context where people are genuinely fearful, rightly or wrongly, that they aren't in a position to protect themselves. So she's saying that, if you watch the way that, she documented a number of movements of illegal organ trade as far as she could, that the way they move is always following kind of, if you like, what we might call conventional lines of inequality, so that people buying, what she claims, people buying organs are rarely women.
The other
they're
thing,
rarely bought for them.
The other thing
that
she said in relation to the gender, sorry, I know this is Sarah's thing, but I just happened to do a lecture on this the morning that I travelled out to here, so I just read this literature. Yeah, exactly. The other thing that she said with the gender is that for living donation within families, it's almost always women to men. So there's a far greater transfer of organs from wives to husbands compared with husbands to wives. And if there's somebody in a family that needs an organ and they've got brothers and sisters, then it's almost always the sisters rather than the brothers that donate. So it's particularly, I think, in relation to intrafamilial donation, which she's also against, is that the flow is massively from women to men. And she then makes lots of arguments about what that means in terms of care and expected gender roles.
Yes. I'm the husband that I work at WHO in a special program for research and training in tropical diseases. I want to congratulate both speakers on this excellent medical anthropological input that we got into this conference. Just as a side remark, I think WHO's essential medicines program has historically had a strong interest in these issues, and the very important and small field of the anthropology of pharmaceuticals, which is a subfield of medical anthropology, is a superb subdiscipline essentially, has provided also very practical input into this by issuing for instance, a guidance document on how to investigate drug use in communities and other things. And I think the field and the academic institutions have impact on how we look at these issues in WHO. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
My question was to Kate, and when you were giving that first example of the baby that the mother gave antibiotics when she could afford them, it just occurred to me that maybe she was influenced by local farmers giving antibiotics to farm animals or something, to allow them to live in unsanitary conditions and to thrive and grow, and or from advertising by, the local pharmaceutical salesman going around and stressing the benefits of antibiotics, and if that had any impact on her behaviour.
Yes, I mean, I think both of those things do. I think probably in that case, in particular, the advertising. But something else that I think was really interesting in the Ghanaian context is the way that pharmaceuticals are used in relation to local herbal medicines. So in the areas of Ghana that I was working in, people would often prepare their own herbal medicines that they would take every day, which were non-specific in terms of what they were supposed to, they weren't for treating particular ailments. They were taken as a tonic to kind of make you stronger. And then I think what's happened is pharmaceuticals come along and people think, oh, these are going to be better than our medicines because they're from the West and they look really fancy and we have to, buy them. But they're used in the same way that people would use the herbal medicines. So you just, sorry. I shout enough anyway. So they're used in the same way that people use herbal medicines as a tonic, so many times, I don't know if other people have experienced, I've been asked for medicines for no particular reason other than these are Western medicines and medicines will make us strong. And so I think that's also plays into it, that people are using pharmaceuticals in the same way that they would use indigenous herbal medicines as tonics, but that doesn't work very well when you're suddenly taking medicines that are very specific for specific things, and there's quite big implications, especially public health ones, of using just one or two here and there.
Should we take two?
Hi. It's more a comment really for Sarah about when you were talking about all the problems of organ donation and trade. I was just thinking that there are parallels in terms of, to my mind anyway, in terms of issues of bodily ownership and integrity and transit along lines of inequality, both transnationally and also within nations, of surrogacy and women selling their capacity to bear children to either infertile people or people who are part of same-sex unions. And I just sort of thought that was quite an interesting connection, and I'm sure you put that already.
In one of the films, actually, they in the island, some of the people carry the children for the clone. Yeah, so it's picked up a little.
Let's go back there.
Thank you very much. My name is Zafar Mirza, and I'm from Essential Medicines and Other Health Products Department. Building on what my colleague just said, our estimates are, based upon different studies, that about 50% of the medicines which are prescribed by trained doctors are prescribed wrongly. They're not according to the standard treatment guidelines, etc. And when eventually those medicines go into the hands and the bedsides of the patients, about 50% of them are used wrongly. They are not compliant to the instructions. But it just stopped there. We do not, for a number of reasons, our biomedical paradigm being one of the foundational problems, generally speaking. But it is also a question of priorities, it is also a question of resources. But we do not really then investigate enough that what are the reasons that why compliance is so low, which actually is responsible for the failure of whole, this multi-billion-dollar industry which produce these medicines. We used to have a training program for promoting rational use of medicines among consumers. And actually, we used to do it with Anita Harden that we were talking about. But as you were saying, that when it has to, in times of stress and needs, especially financial stress, when some program have to go, these are the first things to go, So we are no more doing this training program for many, many years now. But the point I'm trying to suggest is that I think here comes the need for collaboration between medical and pharmaceutical anthropologists And those policymakers, both at multilateral organizations as well as national institutions, policymakers, to join hands and dig deep into the belief systems, the practices, the behaviors, the reasons for those, and try to optimize the usefulness of those therapeutic interventions which are there. So I would invite you actually to collaborate with WHO on these lines and help us understand that all what we do, why it fails when it goes into the hands of the people, and the whole idea dies there of benefiting people. We may actually end up harming instead of benefiting people. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I would love to do that. Thank you.
I have the mic already. My name is Yusuf Elbis, and I work in WHO as well. In all the presentations that we have seen this morning, there was clear evidence of how the perception about health in general, about medicine in general, can affect the behavior of both doctors and patients. And in the afternoon, actually, we will be looking at medical humanities, and as I see that all of you're working in the in the academia, and I think it's time maybe to start looking at how we can medicalize the society, because in all the examples that we have seen, for example, we have seen the movies, etc., and they are targeting actually changing the perception, either right or wrong. And the examples that we have seen in Niger, where children, they are self-medicating because they do not know actually what is that. And unfortunately, in many schools, actually, we teach children mathematics, we teach them many other issues, many things. Now the whole society is completely technologized. Every child knows how to use iPhone, iPad, etc., but they have no clue what is the difference, for example, between an antibiotic and an aspirin, etc. So as you are working in the academia, don't you think that there's an urge now to push for medicalizing society through including in the syllabus and the curriculum of schools, etc., something that has to educate people about health?
I agree, absolutely. I think school health education is premised often on an unrealistic and naive view of children as purely kind of passive recipients of adult care. So often the health messages at school are very much about basic health prevention stuff, which is important, hand washing and everything, but don't start from children's medical realities, which is that they are taking medicines, they are getting this stuff. It's a little bit like sex education, really, by just denying that it happens, by saying, well, they shouldn't be allowed to get this stuff and these things should be regulated, doesn't engage with the fact that they are doing it and that children are making very active and strategic choices to take care of their bodies. I'm very glad that Mr. Wellcome down is here, because I've just put in a big grant to the Wellcome Trust, as well as the MRC, ESRC, health systems, which is what I'm hoping to do. So I'm working with Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education school health education programs in Ghana and Tanzania to try and do just this, and to try and do some ethnographic work with adolescents and communities about how they think about medicines, and then trying to work that into school health education programs. So I agree, absolutely. And there you go, Dan, when you read my application, there's a...
Thank you for wonderful presentations. I have maybe a comment that I'd like to have you comment on, as much as a question, although I think it's implied. And it's for both of you in a sense. One is, if I understood correctly, we were talking about people's suspicion of the source of medication and so forth. And I've been working on a project with trying to get people in the African American community to take to get treated for diabetes and to get tested and treated and so forth. And it's interesting that there's a strong suspicion of the medical establishment, thanks to some history, which is really important to understand why they do that. But at the same time, they have a total willingness to buy drugs of which they don't have any sense of the actual content off the street corner from the same community. And in the same thing, I was working on an organ donor program to try to boost organ donation from the same community. And those same suspicions because of history are there. And yet at the same time, they will then, as a community, express concern because they don't get their fair share of organ donations when they need them, but they won't necessarily provide the same level. And so you have this contexted in this environment. And so I was interested in your notion of a bridge is that sense of trying to understand the context of when they're in, to see the paradoxical kinds of claims that they're making, both for organ donation and for pharmaceutical use. And so that we have rampant illegal drug use by people who won't take legal prescriptions for ailments that could actually do them some good. And I was wondering, in terms of the comments for both of you, you were working in Niger and Ghana and so forth, and I wasn't sure exactly where you were referring to, but it could be global in that sense. But what are your thoughts about what we could do about those kinds of circumstances when there's a history of that suspicion and yet it's commensurate with some of their actual behavior? Thank you.
Well, I think in some ways Kate's talk sort of shows how the patient ethnographer and the research can start unpicking some of the complexities around the nature of suspicion and lack of trust and so forth. I mean, I've seen in the organ donation case quite an interesting presentation looking at how certain communities have sort of been fingered as needing more organ donations and being less likely to supply, which is interesting because it sort of moves away from the idea of this being quite a universal. There's shifts all the time, I think, in organ donation about whether it has to be someone closely genetic or whether now with drugs you can have someone less closely genetically related. So there's a lot of messing all the time, I think, and paradoxes around what's compatibility and genetic identities and so forth, which I think are really incredibly interesting. And whether you, and I've seen posters, like, why don't you donate? Your community needs them. I think there's a lot of ambivalence around that, about sort of identifying and kind of creating, if you like, communities of sort of organ relatedness, as it were. I think that it brings up all kinds of complicated issues about how we identify people, how we categorise people, or bodies of people. That's just a comment back, really.
Thanks for that. I think I'm really interested in issues of trust and how people know, especially within a situation where we know that something like 25% of pharmaceuticals sold in Africa are counterfeit or substandard. How people know and how people make decisions about what to trust. And in a separate piece of work that I alluded to there, looking at people that position themselves as modern traditional healers, how a huge amount of what they do is all about building legitimacy in various forms and engendering trust. And one of the pieces of work that I want to do following on from this, which I'm going to do with someone from Oxford, is looking at how trust is signalled and understood. But I think in relation to a mistrust of health services, perhaps in contrast to the area where you're working, I think that's actually grounded not simply in historical legacies, but in contemporary realities, that you go along to a health service, you may have to wait all day, you may be treated rudely, and at the end of all that, they don't have a medicine anyway. So I think it's certainly the historical thing is important, and the associations with colonial medicine and what have you, but also it's a very real thing. There's almost no point, because you get treated rudely, they don't have the medicines, you have to wait all day. Who's going to do your work while you're waiting all day for a very unsatisfactory and unclear outcome? Better to go to the guy down the road who you know, who will sell you a couple of pills that may work just as well or not as the ones that you get from the doctor, if he has some at all.
There's quite an interesting, in Larry's Kidney, in this sort of biography, that he goes to China, and I think it picks up on the point that's made by the live organ programme funded by the EU, that there are very many different ways in which the illegal trade operates. So Larry gets an illegal organ, but the hospital is state of the art, and he, of course, they have all kinds of emotional anxieties about what they're getting, if you like. But I think that are reassured then by actually everything else, apart from the provenance of the organ, is a medical system that looks the way it should look, as it were, and it seems to be. So it's some kinds of interesting negotiations around trust that are going on.
Any more questions?
I do. I should be helping people make the questions now. It's only a brief comment for Kate. I'm Mexican, and I think that it might be interesting also to explore the relationship between self-prescription and immunity. And immunity, being immune to a disease. I think this is a very, very big topic in Latin America, so maybe for future research venues.
That would be great, yeah. I've never been or worked in Latin America, but yeah, maybe we can talk more.
Do you make the last one?
Hi, it's a comment really for Kate, which is I've been working recently on a project that's been associated with the Affordable Medicines Facility for malaria. And I think one of the key things about drug sellers that's happening at the moment is there's a shift in global discourse, perhaps, where there was a lot of work done by anthropologists on pharmaceuticals, and there are often very problematic practices in these shops. But what seems to be happening at the global level in certain institutions is that these shops are now being seen as places where you can get decent healthcare, and recasting these places as sites in which an effective supply chain is enabled covers up, I think, all these problems that anthropologists have been looking at for years and years. And I'm not entirely sure why it is that the anthropological literature hasn't fed into that debate, and hopefully that's something that can happen in the future.
Yes, absolutely. But also important to remember that there's all kinds of different people that sell medicines, from sort of quite regulated formal pharmacies that have particular supply chains and to all kinds of people that, and again, knowing who to trust and how that works. One of the things that I was doing in a recent trip to Ghana was interviewing pharmacists and drug sellers from different kinds of places to find out how they got their drugs and through what processes they tried to ensure that what they were getting was the real thing. And that was also quite interesting because there's layers of trust that go on all the way up the supply chains, when particularly with importing generic drugs from India, China and elsewhere, and how I had a really interesting interview with a guy from, I can't remember what it's called now, but the national regulatory body in Ghana that decides which drugs to import. And it wasn't at all clear that they, that they also knew how to do this. And then they're supplying the kind of big pharmacies that are regulated, and then there's other people buying stuff from them or buying stuff that come in through other routes from Nigeria. And it's not, there's all kinds of different levels in which it's unknown who, what's what, and that feeds all the way down then to the guy at the bottom who's buying a couple of whatever. Yeah, that's not really an answer, but it's just very interesting. and absolutely, there's been a lot of stuff about bringing in, as well as bringing in traditional healers, bringing in all kinds of sellers of medicines to think about, because you've got a situation, as you say, where supplies of medicines are very difficult in lots of circumstances, and yet we know that medicines circulate in all kinds of ways. So trying to sort of think about ways of making sure that works better, and as happens in the UK, actually, where people are asked to go to the pharmacy rather than the doctor for minor ailments, and pharmacists are trained. So, there's lots of potential there.
Okay, I think actually, is there one more question or comment?
If I may. Thank you. Sorry for coming second time, but it just occurred to me that about the applied value of ethnography. And I thought that I should ask you a very simple question without being simplistic. The work that you do as medical anthropologists is very deep, it's very long-term, and it's very detailed. As policymakers or as managers of health systems, obviously we are interested in solutions. And you help us understand the problems and the dynamics at people's level, how things happen. my question is that how deliberate medical anthropology work is currently in terms of also developing this loop of feedbacking into policymaking. And is there any such database or such body of knowledge which actually records the work which emanates from ethnography and translates itself into policy interventions? I'm not talking about what impact those policy interventions would have, because that's long shot, but at least to recognize the applied importance of this ethnography work, so that we can understand that how it feeds back into improving the healthcare service delivery and its impact.
Well, I think that's one of the biggest challenges and one of the most important challenges to think about, because, as you say, there's been a lot of really interesting, fine detail work done by medical anthropologists. The extent to which then anything happens with that, or to the extent to which that can build into bigger level policy, is a big question. And it's one that, as I said, I'm personally at the moment trying to address by working with school health programs, and thinking particularly in the work that I've applied to do, thinking particularly about the scalability of ethnographic work. One thing that I've done in recent work is to work with young people as co-researchers. And so we've published stuff in the last 2 or 3 years about working in the communities that I've worked, training and working with adolescents, doing research on themselves and on other adolescents, and feeding that in through policy forums. We've done that in Ghana and Malawi in particular. And I think that could be a useful way in which this kind of thing could be done at a sufficient scale to make a difference, because you're right, this work takes a long time, and just sort of one person here and there doing bits and pieces, it's hard to see how that could contribute in a meaningful way to policy. But I think there are ways of doing it, and if I'm lucky enough to get this big grant, that's one of the things that we're going to be trying out through a programme of kind of, what would you call it, like cascading. So some young community researchers that then work with other communities within schools and youth programmes to think about, first of all, documenting what happens in terms of how people think about and use medicines, and then creating forums for them at local, district and national level to feed into the development of the new adolescent-friendly health services systems in Ghana and Tanzania. So I think there are ways of doing it, but I think we haven't got very far with that yet, and that's why a meeting like this is fantastic, where we can begin to think about how to pull those things together at higher and more strategic levels. So
I think it's also important not to kind of isolate, if you like, ethnography as having a particular problem. I mean, good research takes time, big surveys take time. Sometimes we have to wait for the results. And there's a tradition of policymakers being familiar with some forms of knowledge rather than other forms of knowledge. And there's perhaps the onus is on both sides to sort of come across that gap a little bit. And the anthropologists, we can try and write things in a certain way, but there's some engagement from the other side as well. But good research takes time, all of it, not just ethnography.
Great. Okay, I think we're running out of time, but hopefully the conversations can continue over lunch. Can we just thank our speakers once again?
Sorry? I thought Susie was talking about what's the fun.
Thanks very much. I wasn't looking for the thing against you, I was just interested in your thoughts.
Yeah. But that's the nice thing about this sort of thing as well, is it's enabling me to think about how these things play out in other contexts as well. So you're talking about that this afternoon, or not?
Yes.
Yes.
I won't be talking about that specific thing, but I will be talking this afternoon.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thanks for your questions. Ooh, I have to make some lunch now.
Yes, I know, it's funny. I recently.
Why not? Some of the movies they were missing.
How does one do that?
Probably down there. Very snappy.
It is very snappy.
Oh, and you have a movie. I feel cheating now.
But I probably won't have time to show the movie. I don't know how long it is actually. I don't know if it works.
Oh, you didn't make that yourself. Yeah, I don't want to hear about it.
3.4 minutes.
Will I recognize anything in your PowerPoint?
Yeah, a lot. It's not on.
I don't have the same pictures.
Okay. This is from polio.
Yeah, good peel. I like that. All righty.
Do you need help?
Yeah.
No, we're just running through.
Okay, that's very good.
And once we start, it'll automatically come up and the
Yes,
sound.
but not now. And
Yeah.
by the way, we are still filmed, so we took the voice off because we are on YouTube.
Ah, is it running continuously?
Yes, they cannot stop it. So now you are on YouTube, but there's no sound. So,
Okay.
just
So they
for
can
you
see
to know.
us. So they can see us.
Yes.
But they can't hear us.
Exactly. I just wanted to inform you.
Thank you.
They cannot stop the webcasting for some technical
okay.
reasons, right? Just for you to know.
So the whole world, at least 27 people are watching us talk right now.
Yes. and looking to see you. Lunch is ready.
Yeah, okay.
So, take your time or.
Okay, thank you.
See you later.
Okay. I'm ready. I like that. I liked your title. Yeah, I have a similar.
whom I think will be giving us a very excellent presentation about medical humanities and communicating health. I will start first by presenting Asia Kolev. She works in WHO and she has extensive experience with community development work. But rather than me talking about her, I will give her a couple of minutes to explain to us what she has been doing all these years and a little bit of her work currently in WHO. And then definitely she will present her thoughts about communicating health and within the context, I think, of medical humanities.
Thank you. So I get the fortunate position of being able to say what I want about myself. So my name is Asia Odugli Kolev. I'm originally from Somalia. I grew up in England and married to a Bulgarian, which explains how I look, my funny accent, and my very strange name. My background has been in community mobilization, community empowerment. I trained as a nurse in the UK. I studied anthropology and development studies. I trained as a journalist, did my master's in public health. And so what all of that experience and training has done is really helped me understand the work around human communication and human behaviour. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about today, is WHO's experiences in human communication and human behaviour. Can we have this on? Okay. So we heard some very rich, insightful, engaging and powerful presentations yesterday and this morning. And it really made us think and reflect. I was struck by the inherent tensions and discourses that shape the way that global public health policy and practice are developed, and the role of global, regional and national politics. I also learned the importance of having independent and critical historians who can help us understand how and why an organisation like WHO got here, and hopefully inform us where we need to be going. So I'm going to be focusing on another existing tension, and that is the role of communication and communicating health in public health. I left UNICEF in 2001 to come and work for WHO, and for over a decade I've been working on communication for behavioural impact and behavioural communication, how to mobilise populations and change behaviours to take up the technical interventions that WHO develops. And so during that time I left WHO, came back to WHO, and even within WHO I've moved around quite a bit, even countries. And I found out this morning that even since 1951, the organisation has been very and clear about the role of behavioural and social interventions, and the role of behavioural and social sciences in the global public health work. And communication is part of that behavioural and social sciences. And outside of the United States, whenever I've been talking to people, we don't often see or view communication as a discipline and a science. The situation is rather different in the US, where communication is seen as a discipline and a science. And if you want to study communication, that's where a lot of people go. I am foremost a practitioner and have studied in academic institutions And I think through working with academics, I have come to deeply appreciate the contributions that academics who not only study and write about what they do, but who collaborate with people like me to make a difference in the work that WHO does as important. And I was inspired by the candor and the respect in which views were expressed yesterday. So I will preface by what I'm going to say next by saying that what I'm about to say on my professional views may not reflect the corporate position. We know that WHO has always recognised the importance of having an educated, well-informed and active public who are able to play a significant part in taking care of and protecting the health of themselves, their loved ones, their communities and the societies in which they lived. The question and tension that I referred to earlier on has been who is responsible for this? And traditionally the spoken and unspoken view has been that our sister agency UNICEF is responsible for communication work. And that WHO doesn't have the technical expertise to be able to do a certain kind of communication within public health, and that we should focus on the supply side and let others do the demand generation. And I think it's this artificial separation between supply and demand which permeates public health thinking, which is now causing us some serious problems in some important global health programs. And this is the independent monitoring board of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative issues an annual statement. And in the 8th report, it says, the IBM is deeply concerned by the global programme's weak grip on the communications and social mobilisation that could not just neutralise communities' negativity, but generate more genuine demand. Within the programme, communications is the poor cousin of vaccine delivery, undeservedly receiving far less focus. Communications expertise is sparse throughout. UNICEF, the lead agency for communications, is underpowered. But communications is everybody's business and should be more prominently at the heart of the programme's concerns. We have warned of this weakness for some time. It has not been addressed, and it is now a real and present danger to eradication. And even SAGE, the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Immunisation, who are the principal advisory group to WHO for vaccines and immunisation, is so concerned with vaccine hesitancy and refusals that they have set up a working group to review this phenomena. And the findings are that, firstly, there are many reasons for unvaccination and under-vaccination, of which vaccine hesitancy is one. Secondly, vaccine hesitancy, its causes and its impact are complex and context-specific. And thirdly, there is no single cause of hesitancy that can be easily addressed by simple intervention or activity. And in developed countries, we can see a drop in vaccine confidence in many other immunisation programmes. And in the US, UK and parts of Europe, parents are refusing to vaccinate their children, and diseases of the past are reappearing in the homes and communities of some of the richest in the world. Modern communication technology is providing the ability for anti-vaccination lobbyists to organise globally, to connect, make sure that their messages are heard, and these anti-vaccination voices are being heard much better and stronger than the voices of public health. At this time, humankind have never had so much access to the sum of all the world's knowledge. Our ability to travel, connect and network across continents have never been so easy. Yet in an age where the world is poised on the verge of eradicating diseases such as polio, communities are saying no to life-saving vaccines, even though the vaccines are being offered at their very doorstep, free of charge, by well-trained and dedicated staff and volunteers. They are being rejected. So on one side, we have some major public communication challenges, facing some important public health programs, yet research and investments in public health communication remain poor, especially at the global level. Few governments or donors are willing to make the levels of investments needed to prove what works in health communication in the same way as they would test a new vaccine or delivery mode for commodities. And I would say that if some generous donor offers big cash to fund global health communication work, don't know who this is, and offers lots of money, you may well hide. I would not spend a single penny of that in the way that we are doing public health communication at the moment. And I'm not saying that what we're doing is wrong. Good work is taking place. The reason is that what we are doing now is not working well enough, and we need to do much better. And in order to do better in communication, we need to do things differently and not more of the same. So what does public health communication work in countries look like, and how well resourced are they? The structure and functions and training of public health communication staff significantly varies across regions and across countries. We have some people doing health promotion, health education, social mobilization, risk communication, advocacy and information officers, information education and communication officers, all to be found within ministries of health, WHO country officers, and partners such as UNICEF and the International Federation of the Red Cross. And I've been very fortunate to work with some very dedicated health communication professionals from around the world, directors and staff of health promotion units, who were very highly motivated and committed public health professionals. And just like me, who are also having to persuade, argue, advocate for investments in communication with their program managers and technical staff who seem to have all of the money. But they also need the evidence to advocate for resources so that they are able to do the kind of work that they need to do to contribute to public health programming and delivery. And so the work that we have been doing has been trying to find out where some of those problems may be. And so with the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office, because of the work that I've been doing in risk communication, we piloted a survey looking at risk communication capacity in 6 countries in EMRO. And what we found was that most countries have structural limitations that can undermine their communication capacity, that communication professionals are often removed from the strategic planning process, and there's a confusion between what is risk, what is crisis, the terminologies and the roles and responsibilities. And we often fly in expensive communication consultants who often don't understand the country context to design top-down communication strategies and plans, which are often poorly executed because they rely on Western-based models and frameworks. And why is public health communication often planned outside of national governments when execution of the plan is needed to be done inside government structures and mechanisms? And the key to understanding this context is that, firstly, for most public health professionals, including communication and health promotion staff, public health communication is the proverbial elephant in the room. The phrase elephant in the room is an English saying that describes an obvious truth that is either ignored or going unaddressed, or an obvious problem or risk that no one wants to discuss. And I've come to believe that communication is the elephant in the room of public health, precisely because of the second reason, which is the mental model we have in which we explain what communication is and how it works. And this is how we think of communication. That it's a mechanical transmission model, and in the training courses that I do, when I ask people what are the first words that come into your mind when you think of communication, and they all come back with source, message, channel, receiver, feedback. That's how we think of communication. And with this kind of mechanical transmission model, what it does is offer us a shopping list of interventions, the supply side, and we then do mass messaging and information dissemination on the demand side to create, to persuade or convince or raise awareness so that people take up the interventions that technical experts have designed. And John Parrish-Sproul, who I've been working with over the past few years, calls this the communication simple approach. That communication simple operates from the belief that communication requires no special knowledge, just skills such as crafting the right message, being a clear spokesperson, and working with the media. By reducing all of public health communication to traditional and more current social media messaging and information dissemination, we willingly put ourselves into cognitive and programmatic straitjackets. And consequently, as communication and health promotion professionals, all we can offer our colleagues is better messaging, more messaging, media training, spokesperson training, and so on. And this kind of communication is important, and it's needed for public relations, reputation management, organizational communication. But what it does do is overburden our media and public relations staff and set up undeliverable high expectations. It's not rational to me. I think I'm a rational person, and it doesn't make any scientific sense. And if we were to compare, using this mechanical transmission model, how we go about building health communication capacity to laboratory capacity building, I work with my lab colleagues and we talk about what they do and I talk to them about what I do. We've focused on how to give the results to the patients. When lab professionals argue and advocate for resources that go into laboratory strengthening, they talk about investments in diagnostics and tools, laboratory architecture and buildings, ventilation, transportation of samples, training for staff, for clinicians on sample taking, policy development, guideline development, leadership training for lab directors and managers, and so on. And I think you get the idea. So how we understand communication determines how effectively it is applied to public health. And so we need to, when we think about communication and talk about communication, we need to think about, are we talking about communication as a science and a discipline? Are we talking about communication as a profession? There are journalists, public relations, marketing, health promotion, advocacy people that use communication. Are we talking about communication and the industries that profit from it, like media and marketing? Are we talking about communication methodologies, strategies, tactics, and tools and channels? And often we talk about communication at the level of the tools and strategies and tactics and not in the other ways. A more complex appreciation of human communication based on science and evidence tells us that in any communication encounter, both the senders and the receivers are equally affected by each other. And as a result of that interaction, they are equally affected, and that has behavioural results. We know more about brain function than ever before, and which is especially pertinent for the risk communication work that we do. We know that self-communication is 99% chemical. We know that when under stress, the blood flow changes from the executive decision-making part of our brain in the neurocortex to our instinctive reactive brain, and this limits our ability to understand, process, and act on information. We know that there's a link between how we talk and biology, psychology, communication, and behaviour. And this is complex, not simple. Traditional behaviour change campaigns fail to take into account the brain and our neural networks and how changing human behaviour means that we also have to de-link the neural connections that associate experiences and emotion with certain habitual actions to create new linkages that help substantiate new or different behaviours. And driving, for example, driving is a good example. I don't know how many of you drive a car, and the first time that you went into a car and you drove it, you had no idea how you were going to look in the mirror, change the gear, look out for pedestrians. And after a while, it becomes so second nature that I remember one colleague saying to me, she drove from the office to home and she didn't know how she got there. So she had to change her driving route to make sure that she was conscious as she was driving. So we know from communication science that when we focus on information as the only part of human communication in public health, we fail to incorporate how we as humans have been biologically, cognitively, genetically, and emotionally built and wired to communicate with ourselves and each other. And human communication works more like quantum mechanics. And recent work from neuroscientists have demonstrated, and this is a particular good paper called brain-to-brain coupling, have demonstrated that the space between people matters, that somehow cognition and memory doesn't happen only in inside the human brain, but it happens between people. Yeah? And we need to take this into account when we look at human communication. We know that trust factors in high-stress situations, when people have been asked for what they feel is important in building trust, in high-stress situations such as emergencies, we know that those who are affected by these emergencies say that competence and expertise of public health professionals account for only 15 to 20%. Honesty and openness accounts for 15 to 20%. Listening, caring and empathy accounts for 50%, and all other factors account for 15 to 20%. And I think we can have some interesting discussions about what this means about the way that we understand and address communication in public health. We also know that there are approaches to communication, such as the social constructionist approaches to communications, such as the coordinated management of meaning, which links to what was said this morning about the importance of context and the importance of meaning to understand why people do what they do. There is a reason for it, and we just need to find out what that is. So there is work being done that can help us do our work better. And so I'd like to just quickly share an example of a piece of work that I was involved with, where it was a work that was led by the Western Pacific Regional Office, and it was helping outbreak response teams to respond better to public health emergencies. And the purpose of the training was to develop the skills for public health, a multidisciplinary group, to learn how to work in a diverse team, to understand the importance of communication, and learn how to deal with critical technical operational challenges of working in an international mission. And when it comes to communication, our biggest limitation is that we often want information because of a work role. Therefore, we often focus on what we need to know. And so as we were developing the training, the initial work was centered around how do we help these people develop communication strategies, develop messages. And the course director at that time said, communication is a cross-cutting activity, just like logistics, which shapes and influences the entire operational response. So how do we reflect that in the training? And so the challenge was to think about communication not in that simplistic way, but in a much more complex and sophisticated way. And so the breakthrough came when we started to ask ourselves the right questions. So instead of thinking about what do we want to tell people that will help them change their behaviours and take up these actions that will reduce risk and protect health, but the questions we asked was, what was it about communication that was relevant to meeting the training objectives? Where would better communication and human interaction improve outbreak investigation and response? And it led us to develop this kind of analytical framework, which started with that the outcome, the purpose that we want from responding to emergencies is we need to be confident in the conclusions of the risk assessment and the investigation. We need to be confident that the technical recommendations that we make are effective and they do reduce risk and save lives. What we're starting with are a group of people who need to come up with those technical recommendations, and they bring with them their professional and personal experiences, their beliefs, their values, their culture, their education, their skills. And they need to develop empathy, trust and rapport between them to access the technical knowledge and the experience that they have. To do that, they need to listen to each other and ask each other questions. And there are critical communication skills that are required to do that. If they do this, then that influences the quality of data that they have, the kind of information that they're able to bring within the group. It influences their ability to contextualize, validate, and synthesize key findings from multiple sources and perspectives. And all of this leads to not only technical recommendations that work, but also people are able to act upon. And so there were 4 aspects that we integrated this framework into the development of the training. And I remember that I was really nervous when I first presented this to my colleagues, because what it meant was that it raised the importance of communication as part of outbreak response. It meant that my role changed, and I had to work with all of the others to make sure that communication was integrated into their sessions. So it wasn't only about me doing my little bit of communication work, but how could I help them in achieve what they wanted to do? And the response from them was, this is exactly what we need. And so that was a huge relief to me, because it meant that I could then work with them in a collaborative way. And I didn't have to talk about the science of communication. I didn't have to convince them that what I did was important. I just had to demonstrate what I could do to help them achieve what they needed to do. And so as a result of that, we focused on the outbreak investigation teams being able to communicate with each other, to share information better, to make better decisions. We incorporated reflexivity, self-reflection of themselves, how they interacted, what they did, through looking at interpersonal communication and group communication. They were provided with intense tutoring. I tutored 2 of the groups. And each evening we sat with them to look at what are the behaviours that they were demonstrating, what impact did this have, and it wasn't to teach them, but it was to help them reflect on what they were doing and what they were contributing to the experience. We also focused on improving the communication with communities. We had role plays, so they went out and did their surveys. They designed their questionnaires. They went out and tested those questionnaires. And during these role plays, we looked at the communication between them and the communities, both verbal and non-verbal, how they interacted, in what ways did they use communication to build trust and relationships with the people that they were trying to help, and how do they understand communication, how do they use communication to make sure they understood the social and cultural context in which they were operating in. And communication was also looked at in terms of report writing, sit reps, teleconferences, formulating recommendations. But we took a holistic approach to communication. And so what we realized was that communication in the public health work that we do is systemic. It happens in different places all at the same time, that it's reflexive, that it's relational. It's about people's interactions with others and the consequences of that. There are behavioural consequences of poor communication, and that communication is also performative. Everyone who has a job to do also communicates, but we don't often think about the communication part of the jobs that we do. And when we don't do that, that hinders how we do our jobs. And so we need to look at the intrapersonal communication, interpersonal communication, group communication, communication that happens at the organisational level and at the societal. What we tend to focus on is the organisational societal because that's the easy bit. Well, maybe not so easy, but it's the most obvious bit. More difficult is how do we look at all the other kinds of communication which are occurring and manage that process? How can we use that in the work that we do? And so what we do need to do is pay attention to the elephant in the room. Communication is an intervention, but it's also a process in which those who benefit from the communication needs to be factored in at every step. And so communication shapes and directs our goals, our program goals, and the direction that we want our programs to go in. What it does is identifies problems and solutions. It also harmonizes and aligns all the processes related to information sharing, decision making, strategy development, strategy execution, and monitoring and evaluation. And so a science and evidence-based approach to human communication in public health offers us more opportunities to improve public health. We can look at the communication skills that key people need in technical areas and specific job functions. We can look at what we need to do to improve communication practices and policies. We can also look at the communication strategies needed to move the hearts and minds of healthcare workers, individuals, families and communities to act and benefit from interventions. And so what needs to happen to enable progress and change in the communication work that we do? I think from the experiences that we've had over the last decade is that countries need ownership and access to the discipline of communication and the science and evidence from communication that can help them effectively communicate with their own populations. We need to stimulate a global research agenda for public health communication and work with researchers to define what are the big questions that need to be answered. A lot of the research that is happening in health communication at the moment tells us what we already know. We know that certain messages don't work. We know that different channels may work differently to other channels, but those are not the critical questions that we need to ask for communication. We want academic institutions and public health schools to review their existing public health communication courses in the light of what we now know about the communication science and how countries need to apply communication within their health system so it improves the efficiency, the effectiveness, the human interaction within the health system and between those that work in the health system and those that use the health system. And we also need donors and policymakers to support WHO to move in the direction of a more comprehensive, evidence-based approach to public health communication. So thank you very much for your time. And for those of you that do want to stimulate innovation and research, and I will be speaking to the speakers from this morning, I'd like to hear from you. We can see how we can work together and collaborate to make some of these paradigm changes which are needed happen. Thank you.
As we will have two other speakers, and I think we're not giving the chance to ask questions right now, so I would maybe start writing your questions and leave them till the end, and definitely everyone will be happy to answer these questions. Our next speaker is Dr. Johannes Ulrich Sommerfeld. Did I pronounce it correctly? Yes. And he is from the Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases in WHO. As I asked Asya, please take 2 minutes maybe to talk about yourself, even about your family and your kids.
Okay.
But put us in a way.
I can tell you already that my middle name is, I'm never using it. It's actually due to the fact that in our email system, for any unknown reason, WHO is including our middle names. So forget about the Ulrich. My name is Johannes Sommerfeld, and welcome back to the afternoon session. And I'm very happy to be here and would like to thank the organizers, all organizers, but particularly the very active WHO Collaborating Center on Global Health Histories at the University of York for putting together this very exciting event in this brand new and fantastic building, which I'm visiting for the first time. Actually, I'm a health social scientist, and I tell you why I'm using that term in a minute. With one of the special programs that we have at WHO, and that's a special program existing for the past 40 years dedicated to tropical disease research. It's called TDR. I'm actually, I have to put up my presentation, right? Yes. My presentation is not about communication as a science, although I'm a very proud co-panelist with my colleague Asiya, and we have been working together on very few occasions, I have to say, but I vividly remember, and I show the picture, our joint effort to establish a methodologically and theoretically grounded communication guide for dengue prevention, which was managed by Asiya out of a Center for Vulnerability Reduction. You can already see the relationship between communication science and this immense social challenge of vulnerability reduction. I'm actually passionate about social issues in public health, and I'm actually quite happy about my job at WHO and in TDR, and I tell you visually a little bit about this work. This guide here was the guide that Asiya put together, and which I just talked about, coming out of the WHO Center for Vulnerability Reduction, right? It was widely used in the field, translated into French and Spanish, and used in dengue control efforts throughout the world to mobilize and communicate communities around dengue vector control and dengue control. What else do? I actually joined TDR more than a decade ago, I have to admit, coming from academia. I was working as a social scientist in the US and in Europe, and in departments for international development, in departments or institutes for tropical hygiene and medicine. So I'm used to both worlds, the world of academia and the world of international organizations. I'm going to talk a little bit in a second about the challenges that we have in both fields, in both worlds, if you want. We do a lot of work, we are doing a lot of expert consultations, expert meetings with scientists. We are actively engaged in WHO with the world of science and academia. In particular, I myself am involved in managing, facilitating large-scale knowledge management and research priority setting exercises with sometimes quite eminent health social scientists. Here's a scientific working group on strategic, social, economic, and behavioral research. We do a lot of capacity building here. One example, capacity building for qualitative research among health social scientists in Africa. I manage large-scale, multi-country, multidisciplinary research projects on a number of issues in all 3 continents where we have infectious disease of poverty, where infectious diseases disproportionately affect poor and marginalized populations. I work with research teams multidisciplinary teams in Latin America. Here's a group picture in Asia and also in Africa on a number of topics. Community engagement in dengue control, in Chagas control, vulnerability reduction, if you want, or community-based adaptation to climate change in Africa, eco-biosocial research, essentially multidisciplinary research on community-based dengue vector control in Asia. I'm quite excited about all this work because at an international organization such as WHO or TDR, you have the privilege to work internationally with a number of partners. You drive essentially social science processes, you collaborate on social science issues in public health with institutions worldwide. And I personally work a lot with institutions in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. I'm less, unfortunately, not so often invited to institutions in the North, and that's why I'm particularly excited to be here today. I thought when I was invited to this session, I thought about the medical humanities because I hadn't heard that word, that term for a while. So I looked it up, what do we mean by medical humanities? Usually humanities, the medical humanities are considered an interdisciplinary field of expertise, bringing together a number of disciplines from literature to the social sciences, and mainly the ones in red are considered disciplines within the social sciences as part of the medical humanities, and then the arts. I thought, I'm not going to talk about communications here, I thought we would be challenged with respect to our interpersonal neurobiology by the fact that we are digesting lunch, so I'm going to invite you to do some artwork that we have at WHO in a second, if that is okay with you. But what I'm really concerned about, and I'm glad that the Wellcome Trust has the same broad, integrative vision of the health social sciences. I'm very interested and committed to the health social sciences, which is essentially a whole series, a whole set of sub-disciplines that are coming out of the social sciences. In the 1970s, we hardly had any track record in these sub-disciplines. You remember the founding of the journal Social Science and Medicine, I think in 1970, or 1968, I think, something like that, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. The field was not established. Now we have a tremendous growth of scientific output in these fields. There's for any of these sub-disciplines, you have 3 or 4 subdisciplinary journals, and you have whole libraries filled with books, right? So that's the academic landscape. Now back to WHO, where we met yesterday. WHO is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Public Health, right? Has been around for 66 years, founded in 1948, has a very detailed technical agenda, and from the Constitution, you can read the overall objective. It's actually carved in wood in the entrance hall, the attainment by all peoples of the highest possible level of health. And then the functions from A to Z, to act as the directing and coordinating authority on international health, to number 14, which is essentially promoting and conducting research in health. I'm saying this because health research is part of our agenda, but it's not the most important and most prominent technical issue, if you want, in WHO's work, which is different from academia, right? Where you primarily work on health research or on research and you publish or perish, right? Now we have this, Professor Cuoto was referring to this fantastic definition of health that we have been, I would say, celebrating for the past 66 years, which includes the word social, right? But it's also attached to a human rights agenda. That's the next sentence in the Constitution. It also has an emphasis on the right to health as one fundamental right to which every human being is entitled without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic or social condition. I wanted to invite you to some artwork. This is a very ancient a copy of a statue, Hygeia. It's in front of the entrance of our main building. Have you seen it? Hygeia is the daughter of in Roman and Greek mythology, Hygeia was the daughter of the god of medicine, right? But Hygeia represents essentially the public health component of medicine, and is the goddess of good health, cleanliness, and sanitation. Will in medical humanities a detailed analysis of this help us in understanding global health? Probably not. That's not what I'm why I'm showing it to you. But we had social thinking in medicine and public health for a long time, 2,000 years ago. Some 200 years ago, we had Rudolf Virchow, we had John Snow in London talking and working on cholera and controlling, in the case of Virchow, controlling typhoid fever in Silesia, saying that medicine is a social science and so forth. Now, another piece of art you can find in the main entrance or in the main hall of WHO, and Dr. Coato was referring to the first president of the first World Health Assembly in 1948, a doctor from Yugoslavia who had a very strong social medicine background and was instrumental in, with essentially 3 other medical doctors, at the conference in San Francisco where the United Nations was founded and created and where the Charter of the United Nations was drafted. There was a group of medical doctors who said, why don't we start a new health organization, right? This great intellectual effort led to a technical preparatory committee in 1946, where Stamper and Chisholm, who became the first DG of WHO, and others came up with this fantastic definition of health, which has not been altered in 66 years, right? And which essentially highlights also the social dimensions of health. This is actually the coming into force of the Constitution on the 7th of April 1948 in front of the Palais des Nations down the hill, actually up the hill. It's great that this building is so close to the UN. That's why we are celebrating World Health Day every year on the 7th of April to commemorate this event. There's great work in the history of global health being published, and yesterday already we heard of this book. I can highly recommend it to you, about the first DG of WHO, also an advocate of the social medicine approach. Anecdotally, he was saying, reportedly, that one cultural anthropologist is worth more than 100 malaria teams, which nobody would say today. We also have a history of recruiting social scientists. We are very few, actually, probably at headquarters less than here in the audience. But one of the first scientists, or social scientists hired by the first administration at WHO was Cora Dubois, hired as a scientist, sociologist, sociology, in essentially working out of a Department of Advisory Services. I don't know what that is, Division of Organization of Public Health Service. She was essentially an anthropologist and became a very famous cultural anthropologist at Yale University later. She just left after 2 years. There's also scholarly literature on the history of social science research at WHO. This is George Foster, who was working a lot on the social science research components of WHO. He was a professor of anthropology at the University of California in Berkeley. Now, back to the social issues that I'm committed to and so excited about, and I hope you too. I think if you look at WHO's work or the work of the United Nations system on social dimensions of health, then we would have to investigate not the social sciences itself, because if you walk into the archives at WHO, you won't find anything about the social sciences. You will find a lot about the social issues in public health and those and how these have been tackled with programmatically, right? And some of these trends are over time. If you look back at 66 years of history, from the broad vision of health to the establishment in the mid-70s of special programs on tropical disease research and reproductive health, the focus from women's health to gender, primary health care, the health systems analysis of health systems and health research systems, the social and environmental determinants of health, macroeconomics of health, the debate on gender equity and human rights, the debate around access and universal health coverage, all these things can be investigated from a historical perspective. And I think this should be the focus of our attention in medical humanities, not the social sciences itself, but the social issues in public health. And I think the lecture series, the Global Health Seminar Series has nicely covered this page, right? Through seminars on various aspects of the history of these things. Now, back to TDR. In the 70s, when we had the Alma Ata conference and the primary healthcare movement, WHO recommended the establishment of 2 special programs that could, a little bit independently from WHO, but also as part of WHO, but as United Nations co-sponsored programs, tackle a number of the development issues that we were facing in the 70s. And that was essentially tool development, R&D, research and development, tool development for tropical disease control, and research capacity strengthening. These were the original mandates. And the Director General at that point in time, Dr. Halfdan Mahler, was saying TDR and then the other special program I'm talking about was not designed simply to advance medical technology, but to contribute to the promotion of human welfare in the widest sense in the context of a new international order in economic and social affairs. So essentially something which is very, if you want, relevant today when we shift from the Millennium Development Goals to the Social Development Goals, right? A special program that would essentially lead to social development. Another piece of art, the Onko Sakai, the statue in front of the main headquarters. Behind this beautiful piece of art is a human tragedy. It's a social tragedy in Africa, essentially. River blindness, onchocerciasis, leads to blindness, led to migration of populations from fertile grounds, from fertile lands, villages abandoned, people being blinded and had to be led by children through their villages, right? So we are talking about, behind all these pieces of art are social issues in public health, and we are talking at this point in time in TDR about infectious diseases of poverty, be it African sleeping sickness, severe malaria, onchocerciasis, leprosy and schistosomiasis, right? Diseases that have a almost cruel impact on populations, have an impact on productivity, on social life, on human rights. Now behind all these, and maybe this is a communications picture which we can take apart, but behind the visual realities that we see in the field and in communities and in resource-poor settings, this is just an arbitrary collection of some of these issues, we have so many social issues from, and these are it's just listed in alphabetical order, from access to violence, if you want, from behavior to racism, and from household production of health to crisis. And a number of these things, if not all, are being handled and tackled somewhere in the United Nations system, discourse-wise or work-wise, and probably also in the health social sciences. This is a broad context of our thinking around the social factors in public health. But now very practically to one example that I'm going to give you. Infectious diseases. We have in academia, of course, a whole series of issues that we are interested in and which we cover in terms of understanding and working on evidence. We have heard about the use of pharmaceuticals, which is a great interest of, for instance, the anthropology of pharmaceuticals, right? So the list is very long in academia, but in policy agencies, I would say, in international organizations and also probably in control services that are country-based, you have a tendency often to focus on those issues, those social, cultural, economic, and health policy and systems-related issues that are relevant to public health implementers. That's a situation I find myself in all the time. And this list, this wish list is different from the academic list. This is the point I'm making. So they are always interested in the 4 A's of public health: awareness, acceptability, affordability, accessibility, adherence, and so forth. Increasingly, the cost of interventions, cost effectiveness, willingness to pay, and so forth. On the other hand, you could say this is bad, but practical. But you could also say, on the other hand, in WHO, we have essentially driven or managed so many public health notions that are grounded in social sciences, but have brought them into the world of practicality and policy relevance. Primary healthcare is one famous example. Community participation, which is increasingly replaced by the term social participation. Gender-sensitive intervention, people-centered healthcare, pro-poor interventions, empowerment, all these things that we use in the discourse of international organizations are essentially supported and grounded also in social research. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, specifically research streams, historical phases of TDR's work. In '79, very early on in our history, we look back at 35 years of social science research at TDR this year. We had an early focus on the economics of tropical disease, and my predecessors in the steering committees for social and economic research. It's also, to a large extent, driven by external expert committees here. This work focused on gender and health, a lot on methods. We had a steering committee for social, economic, and behavior research, which concluded in 2007. And then in the 90s, a trend towards more applied field research, operations research. This is all the output that you can find on our website. And on health systems research, specific task forces on specific technical approaches to, for instance, gender-sensitive interventions, health financing, health sector reform. So a very diverse history of addressing social issues in public health. We framed this in a document, the term Applied Social Sciences for Public Health, as an interdisciplinary field which integrates knowledge and tools for research and analysis from a range of social science disciplines. So I'm making a plea to please develop an integrative vision of the health social sciences, which go a little bit beyond the subdisciplinary thinking that we are used to in academia. Then we are working a lot with control programs. For instance, with the African program for onchocerciasis control, I was showing the statue in front of our main building of the man who is led by this child, the blind man. So getting social science evidence into practice is one of our core mandates. And the development of community-directed interventions, where communities actually are empowered to not only to be engaged, to participate, but also are actively driving a drug distribution program, in this case, annual distribution of ivermectin to prevent and control onchocerciasis was a huge research effort and hugely successful because it was taken up by APOC and used in 100,000 villages in Africa. We also had specific business lines on integrated community-based interventions. And I'm currently working on an exciting research unit called Vectors, Environment and Society, where we manage large-scale transdisciplinary research, if you want, at the interface of society and the environment. Trends, 2 trends I can see. This great body of evidence and the disciplinary structures that we enjoy having in academia, the social science discipline, and then their subdisciplines, are to a large extent, of course, seen as contributors to an operational, to an applied agenda, if you want, to operational research, to implementation research, to health systems research, to intervention research. That's due to the fact that we work on the improvement of health outcomes. We are not working necessarily on science production. Second trend that I can see, and we are looking at this currently, the shift from Millennium Development Goals, which was partially disease-focused and specific, malaria control, TB, and so forth, to social development goals. I don't know what's going to happen, but there's an increasing interest and trend towards what we call intersectorial work, development research that is looking at interventions, community-based interventions across various sectors, not only health, but also water, education, and so forth. And we do this through, there's one of the books here that I like, Health, Social Science, the Transdisciplinary and Complexity Perspective, this issue of complexity, systems thinking, and cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary research. We have been doing this on dengue, as said this earlier, on what we call eco-biosocial research on dengue in Asia, and now just ongoing population health vulnerabilities to vector-borne diseases, increasing resilience under climate change conditions in Africa. These are some of the topics that I'm involved in right now. I also want to acknowledge and mention, at least briefly, although I'm not a spokesperson for that special program, our sister program of research development and research training and human reproduction, which has also a very long-standing track record in social research applied to a number of issues in family planning, reproductive health, health services research, and sexual and reproductive health research. So the arguments that I was trying to advance during this presentation, first of all, by definition, academic institutions and UN system specialized agencies have different organizational setups, mandates and agendas, which is natural. Secondly, I think the history, trends, and perspectives on health, social science research, and medical humanities should be investigated within a history of social ideas and issues in public health, international global health. And I also wanted to highlight that WHO and its specialized programs have, in fact, a long-standing track record in this regard. And this history is, to a large extent, I think, hidden and still needs to be written if somebody wants to write it. I think it's, to a large extent, the history of ideas that drive innovation in public health, and the United Nations at large have a United Nations History of Ideas intellectual history project. You are probably aware of that. Maybe we can look at global health histories in this context. Thank you very much. The TDR program is actually celebrating 40 years of existence this year. We have a very beautiful description of our first 30 years of history in this book with a brown cover. I put together some 10 years ago a CD-ROM with compiling all the resources on social science research on tropical diseases. And I'm happy to announce, with the permission of the editors, that a book is in the making and will be published, I think, in May, on the history of tropical diseases control and research. Our partners from York University can tell us more about it. Well, this is all Thank you very much. Be happy to answer questions.
I think we'll leave the questions for the end.
All right.
So I was very happy actually to see one slide talking about medical humanities, and I think many people, maybe they are not familiar with the term, so I was the first one actually to be grateful for that. So thank you for introducing us to medical humanities. Our last speaker for this session is Professor John Parrish-Sprague from Indian University, Purdue University in Indianapolis. And he will be talking about the communication complex and how that will be actually a tool to improve public health. And again, please, I would be, as the public, also very thankful if you just take a couple of minutes to talk about yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here. I've learned an awful lot already, and this is pretty interesting for me for a variety of reasons. I realize I have two primary tasks that I have to achieve while I talk with you this afternoon. First, of course, I have to offer you something that you find intellectually compelling, and I hope that I really do that in my presentation. And second, I realize I'm the third speaker without a break after lunch, and I need to either be really boring and give you a nice nap, or try to keep you riveted and on the edge of your seat. I'm going to try for the latter. We'll see if I succeed or fail miserably. But at any rate, we will go with that. A little bit of background that may frame a little bit about me. I'm in the School of Liberal Arts at Indiana University. Our university is rather large. Our particular campus has over 30,000 students. I am in the Department of Communication Studies, although I am on the Faculty of Medical Humanities, where we have both an undergraduate and a master's degree in that particular program. But my primary academic home is in Communication Studies, which is one of the top 5 majors at the top 200 universities in the United States. It's rather common. And so when I started working internationally in the early 90s, I was stunned to find out that the rest of the world had no idea that we existed. I was chagrined. But I guess you could turn around and say it's exclusive. And so I feel pretty good about that in that sense. It's fitting that we talk about that. This is the centennial year of the National Communication Association. So in the specific sort of disciplinary sense, we're turning 100 years. And 100 years ago was a sort of watershed moment in the study of communication. I think globally it's more specifically in the United States. And I think we're at another watershed, which is what I want to talk about in that sense. So yesterday when people said we need more history, I agree with that absolutely. I think we understand where to head, and we can understand what I'm talking about today by understanding where we've been and why we might want to make some changes in terms of where we go, and those changes only make sense in the context of understanding why we have done what we've done and why we might want to move on in that particular sense. So the first question always has to be, what is communication? Interestingly enough, if you look in our literature, you can find over 130 different definitions. So this is not something that's settled upon. And I also, before we even get to the idea of simple versus complex, and so I think that it is important to ask that particular question. One of the things that I can assure you is that what you think communication is has a whole lot to do with how you will approach the whole subject in your life, both personally and professionally. And so it is not an unimportant question, in my opinion. So and of course I'm going to context all of that by talking about the issue of communication simple to complex, and I will define that. And so that leaves us with 4 simple questions that I hope to at least address in the course of my presentation. What is the simple approach to communication? What is the complex approach to communication? See how simple these questions are. And how do we move from simple to complex? And most importantly, from my point of view, what difference does it make if we do that? And so what I want to do in order to characterize communication simple is step you in a very brief way through a sort of history of how we have studied that over the last 100 years. And so in 1914, a group of people came together and created a new association primarily focused on public speaking. And they were in the Aristotelian tradition, and they were, in some respects, picking up on what had been done in Greece 2,500 years ago, which I promised Asia that I would not spend a lot of time talking about, even though I find it eminently fascinating. But I think the key thing is to recognize that it has very public speaking sort of orientation. And as such, if you read Aristotle's rhetoric and you think about communication at that point, it's what we call communication as action. What does the speaker do to the audience? And the actions focused on themselves. And of course, you have the Aristotelian tripartite of ethos, pathos, and logos, and the idea of engaging in what you do with those in order to discover or discern all the available means of persuasion. I think this was briefly addressed yesterday. And so that was the very beginning, and it's not surprising then that a lot of our research and a lot of our study and our talk about communication really was about how do I talk to you in such a way that you say, oh God, sign me up, this is it. And we do that. So that if we're going to, and we still see vestiges of that today, which is why it's important to study history. How many public health campaigns do we send out the message saying, you should get a vaccine? Everybody goes, oh, why didn't you tell me? And they all run down to the clinic to get it, right? And then we don't have a problem anymore. Well, what we know is that that will reach a certain number of people, but it doesn't solve our problem, or we probably wouldn't even be talking today about a number of the subjects that we have. And nonetheless, that is still there, and I think it's still prevalent. In the middle of the century, however, because of technological development, we developed an approach we call communication as interaction. And it's the classic sort of model everybody's familiar with, and we can get your average 7th or 8th grader to draw it. You create a message, you transmit the message, you receive a message, you send feedback to the original person who receives the feedback and then creates a message, and you have that sort of circular kind of situation. Not surprisingly, that basic model was created by telephone company engineers who were trying to model the phone process, and it was appropriated by people, and in the post-World War II era became the standard model for thinking about communication, and that was an improvement on the action approach. But basically, if you think about that sort of circle, it's not really a circle, it's just two arrows, each going that way, and you still have the same linear directional process. It's now that we recognize there can be some kind of feedback. There was a presumption that that was somehow different from mass media because there wasn't direct feedback in the same way there is in face-to-face interaction. But of course, we had Nielsen Company in the United States, and we had other kinds of feedback to say, did you recall the commercial that you saw? Did you see the show? Did you like it? And so it was simply delayed, but nonetheless, there still was that sort of circular development in terms of communication theory. And a lot of research has been done in the image of this particular perspective, and I'll come back to that issue in a moment. But there was a third wave that took place from the 1950s on when, thanks to our colleagues in anthropology, people discovered that there is, in fact, nonverbal communication. And the important thing about nonverbal communication is that it doesn't stop. Right? And so, unless you're dead, and then I guess we could make an argument for that, but mostly the dead person doesn't care. We don't think. At any rate, the issue is to say that therefore we saw a sort of simultaneity. It wasn't simply like the verbal where we turn take, but it was all going on all the time. But nonetheless, the research and the framing still tended to be a sort of linear process trying to capture that simultaneity. And so most of our research programs, particularly in the social science image rather than the humanity image of our discipline, still used research practices that looked at that kind of linear causality. And what we were trying to look at is if we put this commercial out, will people buy the product? If people, we will ask people about attitude change in the same way that social psychologists did and so forth. And you're looking for that cause and effect kind of relationship. So, actually in 1960, David K. Berlow published a book called The Process of Communication, which was the first time in print somebody used the word process associated with communication. But what he did was reify the SMCR model, source message channel receiver, that Asia talked about earlier. And, and that becomes the cornerstone of what people think of communication. It's linear and sequential, and it's elegant in its simplicity. It's how nearly everyone conceptualizes communication. So as soon as we move outside of the communication discipline, that's almost universal, and even in the communication discipline, we find people who still do that. And I would say that it's useful, but I also think it's seriously limiting. And some of this was relayed to you by Asia, so I'm not going to belabor that point. But it is to say that essentially it leaves us with two options when we have a problem, because of the framing creates this conceptual limitation. We either, and you've heard people say this, we need more communication. Right? If we just talked more, we could solve our problem. Sometimes talking more makes certain that we hate each other. But beside that point, recognize that more sometimes isn't enough. If more communication, just talking and talking and talking would solve our problems, the Middle East would look rather different today than in fact it does. Then the second is it has to be better. Well, the last message didn't work. Let's get a new message. And we keep trying new messages until we hit the one that works. The trouble is that that more and better kind of approach has been woefully inadequate. When we turn to the professional world, what we find is that we therefore, because of the nature of what we think of communication, it's an afterthought. It's a job. It treats it as a profession. The person who organizes the press conference, develops the website, creates posters, tweets, talk shows, etc., operates on the belief that communication requires no special knowledge, just skills. So like the talking heads that do the news in the evening, they don't actually have to know anything. They simply have to be able to read the teleprompter effectively, and everybody is happy. And it's not to say that any of that is wrong. It's to say that it provides fairly limited range of outcomes that we're looking for. That may be fine in some circumstances, but in public health, saying that we're going to improve the health of a population by 2 or 3% of the people, or 4% of the people, which may be enough to make more profit for our company if we're marketing, or may increase our market share in the media, is woefully inadequate when we're trying to make people healthy and try to share the benefits of health care. We're looking for a much higher goal than that in public health, and that's part of why that's unacceptable. So, as pointed out in the World Bank report, and again echoing the point that Asia made earlier, simple often equals unimportant. What we find when we turn to the global stage is that there is an extraordinarily paltry amount of investment. This quotation isn't nearly as cool as a picture of Daniel O'Connor with stacks of money. I couldn't match that if I tried, so we'll just leave that there. Okay, so, why move from simple? We've had it around for several decades. We've invested billions of dollars in it. And the answer to me is this. I give you 3 citations here of various studies. A meta-study related to health message campaigns in particular, a disciplinary study looking at the overall field of media effects, and the World Bank report I just referenced. All of them find that the communication simple approach at best in health gets you small to medium-sized effect. No more than that. We rarely ever get a robust outcome from that. If that's the case, then I would say as a communication scholar, well, no wonder nobody wants to invest in communication. If you don't get much for it, then why worry about it? Hire any old person, put them in front of the camera, and go on about the business of delivering health care down at the clinic, right? And I think that the issue there is that the data's pretty clear. One of the things Anne Lang points out in her article is that we have studied this, we have had thousands of studies looking at this, and we can't get better than that. And the entire model that the media effects research has been based upon essentially has reached a sort of intellectual bankruptcy, and we have to find where we are going to turn from there if we're going to make any kind of difference. Let me give a couple of examples of why the linear process doesn't work so well. So, very simple. Go to the physician. She recommends a vaccination or some other procedure. And the person doesn't bother to tell the doctor, but this person lives in conversation, right? The person talks to her boyfriend. The person talks to her friends. The person watches television, gets on the internet. And so there's not simply one message coming at that person, but we live in conversation, which I'll talk about more. And so assuming that your message, no matter how well intended, is going to bubble up to the top and blow everything out of the water in her life is beyond reasonable expectation, if you think about it. And we've all been in the position of the woman who's got this stuff on her mind and says, yeah, I'll talk to you later. Anytime a salesperson comes to your mind and you want to put them off, but you don't want to say, no way I'm buying your product, we say something like that. We live in multiple conversations, not simple linear messages. Of course, everybody's played the telephone game, right? And we know that communication is systemic and it's also convoluted, that whatever message we start out with isn't the message that we necessarily end up with. It's fun to play the telephone game, except that we often don't translate it into that's how it works in real life. This is my 37th year in the college classroom. Sometimes students will come back to me and say, I remember in class when you said such and such. I'm thinking, I did? Doesn't sound like me. In fact, I'm pretty certain of all the things I might have ever said, that's not one of them. Okay? But they believe it. Now, maybe my memory's faulty, or maybe they've remanufactured it. We do both, and everybody who studies memory in any discipline knows that we change and rearrange memories all the time, and so that why should we trust our own memory versus somebody else, etc., or their memory versus our memory? And so, when we look at the communication process, we recognize this notion that we're going to have faith of sending the single linear message and expecting people to take a vaccine, go get treatment, get exercise, eat vegetables, or whatever it is we're trying to get them to do, doesn't make sense really anymore. But we have an alternative. This is not my child, by the way, but he's cute, and I know whose it is, so I used him anyhow. Shifting from communication simple to communication complex is part of the same shift that moves us from Newtonian physics to quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity. I have a much longer discussion I could give you about this, because quantum mechanics, after all, requires a long discussion, which leaves everybody's head hurting when they're done. But essentially, if you look at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century, interesting, some of the leading physicists of the day said, all of the major questions in physics have been answered. The only thing we're now doing is doing research to get it down to more fine point detail, more beyond the decimal point. 5 or 6 years later, Max Planck publishes the first article which launches quantum mechanics onto the world. And the rest, that changed everything. It's a completely different way of thinking it. It didn't negate Newtonian physics. It just showed that Newtonian physics was incredibly limited, and that when we expanded our sense of understanding with quantum mechanics, we were able to do all kinds of things that were seemingly impossible from a Newtonian physics point of view. So we still teach Newtonian physics. Most people still think in terms of Newtonian physics because it's visible and it's understandable. But that doesn't mean the quantum physics hasn't profoundly changed our lives, not the least of which is that's why we can have a phone in our pocket and walk around with all kinds of information and the ability to be contacted and contact people all the time. Switching to communication complex is really intellectually part of that same trend. And in that sense, thinking of communication as a more quantum kind of activity than a Newtonian kind of activity. And you begin to get the sense that it is the profound shift that makes in our thinking, and that can open new possibilities in the same way. In order to get there, what I have done, in a sense, is to link neuroscience and a theory called the coordinated management of meaning, which was first developed, amongst other people, by Barnett Pierce, who is in the picture there. And by linking those two, you do a couple of things. One is, as you recognize, as has been discussed in this room, that collaboration is clearly necessary for us to make intellectual advancement. To continue to have each discipline work in its own silo truly makes no sense. And the point of medical humanities, in a sense, is an explicit recognition of that. And so this is something that I think is intellectually consonant with that particular notion. The coordinated management of meaning, which I will not explain thoroughly in a few minutes, developed by Pierce, He also calls it the communication perspective, which sees all form of human activity as a recurring reflexive process in which resources are expressed as practices and in which practices are reconstructed resources. In this sense, practices consist in actions, such as building a bridge, playing bridge, and seeking to bridge misunderstandings. Resources comprise the stories, images, symbols, and institutions that persons use to make their world meaningful. This is a very different kind of approach than SMCR. And what it's suggesting is that communication is constitutive of our social world, not something that is secondary or derivative from that. And it's reflective in the sense that once we constitute in that way, we then put that back. So when our anthropologist colleagues this morning talk about the linkage between macro and micro, there is indisputably, from a communication perspective point of view, a linkage there. And that if you don't pay attention to that linkage, then you miss the actions that make our world exactly what it is. Two quick pieces of that. One is we have a model in coordinated management of meaning that inelegantly has been called the loot model, or when I'm being snarky, the loot model, okay? And what it's saying essentially is that we live in stories, but we live in stories told, have stories lived, stories told, untold stories, unknown stories, untellable stories, and unheard stories. And that as we live in those stories, we construct and reconstruct those stories, and which stories we know matter. And I think Sanjoy's presentation yesterday was addressing that exact thing of we can tell stories in history, and we tell this story in history, and suddenly we have a very different sense of what exactly happened in that particular event, and that we don't really get a full, robust understanding unless we begin to accumulate all of those stories and think about the interplay. And when we talk about a conversation somebody has in public health, are there things they can't say? So, for example, when I was in Tunisia once talking to the Minister of Health there, and he was saying, we can't talk about condom use in a Muslim country in the same way that you do in a non-Muslim country. And that makes it a lot harder for us to convince people to use them. And so you can recognize that you have those kind of issues, and so you start thinking about communication in that sense. A second example is logics, of course, are rules for reasoning or understanding. And we have a notion of what we call conversational logic. So that you're in a conversation with somebody, and what's the next logical thing for you to say in the stream of a conversation? Everybody's had a conversation where they've walked away thinking, I didn't like the way that went. I didn't like having to say what I said, or I didn't get a chance to express myself the way I wanted to. This happens in interviews, this happens in dates, this happens with our partners when we lose an argument. Okay, and in all of those kinds of situations, we can look at the conversational logics that compel us or drive us to say that at that point. That's a key thing to understand if you want to begin to make changes in the functioning in a relationship, in a group, in an organization, etc. The conversational logics that demand we talk a certain way to present a certain story and so forth that constructs that particular social order. So when the previous speaker talks about WHO having social issues but not social sciences, well then as you start talking about it that way, that commands us to think and talk in a particular way, and it can continue to exclude particular pathways that might be very useful for us in developing our understandings. A brief note about neuroscience perspective. One of the things that's interesting is, written by a group of neuroscientists where they look at Wittgenstein, who's one of the philosophical underpinnings of CMM, is verbal communication is an excellent example to illustrate the role that other individuals play in one's cognitive processes. As Wittgenstein argued, the meaning of a word is defined by its use. The word's correct use, however, can vary across eras, cultures, and contexts. Thus, the appropriate use of the word is grounded in a set of interrelated norms shared by a community of speakers. To master a language, one has to learn the correct use of words by interacting with other members of the community. Such interactions fundamentally shape the way individuals think and act in the world. This is by no means limited to language. Several other nonverbal social and cognitive skills, such as courting, dancing, and tool manipulation, require the collaboration of multiple agents that coordinate their behavior according to a shared set of rules and customs. With so many cognitive faculties emerging from interpersonal space, a complete understanding of the cognitive processes within a single individual's brain cannot be achieved without examining and understanding the interactions amongst individuals. And I couldn't help but think about this particular quote when I was listening to the stories of autistic people this morning and thinking about what role do those people in their lives play with the functioning of them in their environment, and is there some kind of communicative process we can create that might help draw them out? And I think there's some important paths for research there. Or put by Cozzolino, our experience of the world is constructed around the notion of the isolated self, which, as an American, I have to tell you, that is exactly how we think, at least. And it is from this perspective that Western science has explored the brain. Yet, even though we cherish the idea of individuality, we live with the constant paradox that we constantly regulate each other's internal biological states. And so the mind-body split makes no particular sense when we think about that. And we recognize then that when we bring it together for communication complex, that we live in communication. We're born without a fully developed brain. For various areas of the brain, there's a period of critical plasticity that ends in the early teens, depending on the area. How are cells created? Recent research just came out at AAAS. We found that the vocabulary used by parents from the moment that child's born, when they talk, and other adults talking directly to that baby, shapes their ability to acquire vocabulary. Not when the baby watches adults talk, or not when you set them in front of the TV. And after 2 years, they can find a significant percentage difference in the vocabulary abilities of children based upon those direct interactions with the parent. How you talk with that child begins to shape their intellectual capacity and truly creates the neural pathways, and so you're literally building their brain as you talk with them. That makes communication rather important, I think. So we know, to put simply, human connections shape the neural connections, and each contributes to the mind. I won't read all of this because of time, but just at the end, on the relational side of the view of our mind, we can draw upon a wide range of studies from development and family function to demonstrate the importance of patterns of communication between people and how the mind functions. So if your mind doesn't function the way you want it to, it's not only your fault, it's everybody around you, so go home and yell at them too. I won't tell you what my wife says about that. Yeah. And so as we go through and we talk with children, and as we interact with them, we make a difference in their mood, we make a difference in their left brain, right brain integration, we make a difference in their prefrontal cortex functioning, which is their executive control, their critical reason abilities, moral judgment, etc. And so it would seem important that if you knew how you interact with that child was literally building that child's physiology and how they were going to function in the world, that you might be interested in investigating what are some better ways to talk with that child versus some lesser ways that might make a difference in raising that child. Simply making them eat asparagus isn't going to fix them. We have to do something about the way we talk with them. Our whole sense of identity emerges from communication. What does it mean to have a self, a sense of individuality, a sense of worth, a sense of skills, abilities, and so forth? We know that in different cultures, research has demonstrated that brain function develops differently due to the interaction you get in those cultures. And that's not better or worse. It's just to say that the interaction makes a difference in who and what we are. Our whole sense of style, we learn in conversation with family and friends, modes of dress, nonverbal behaviors, language, word choices, etc. And so, the issue there is to recognize that that comes from a community of practice, in a sense. That's why people who travel a lot and interact in other cultures have sensibilities about how to interact that are different from people who tend to be isolated and tend not to interact with people from other cultures. Think about this. To me, it's interesting. If you look at the red and blue states in the United States and how they vote, that the most conservative states also happen to be the most rural and the most isolated and the most under-traveled states. That where we have high concentrations of immigrants, we also have people who tend to vote for more inclusive policies. And I think that's not coincidental, and again, it's a linkage to that macro-micro that we were talking about earlier. So communities live in communication. We learn the basic stories of life. We learn the stories that shape our health practices. And so, where does water come from? Do you wash your hands before you eat? How do you cook food? Where do you sit? Do you clean the silverware or the utensils after you're done? Do you use utensils at all? What difference does all of that make? And I think all of that we recognize. So in communication complex, we live in communication. It helps us answer the questions of who am I? How am I doing? Am I being successful or not? What kind of anxiety level should I have about my performance? How are my relationships? What is my role in the world? All of that grows out of our interaction with others. So now you can see a completely different vocabulary for talking about communication complex that are not SMCR. And as we have a different vocabulary about it, very much like we pointed out last week, we've been talking about different efforts and different possibilities, different ways of discussing what communication means, what role it plays, and how we should perform, and what we can achieve or not achieve with it. So, why move to communication complex? Everybody wants to know, what can you do with this sort of thing? In the 1980s, one of the projects I was involved in for 4 or 5 years was working with people that were labeled severely mentally disabled. We ran 2 companies, and I consulted with a third, where we made computer interface cables and printed circuit boards. We hired our people out of people who lived in institutions. All of these people have been evaluated their entire lives by psychologists, psychiatrists, education experts, people that are really talented and really cared. And the reason they were in institutions was precisely because it was the best we knew how to take care of them, and they were really was trying to be humane and do a good job of taking care of folks. Take particular note of this person here who wore diapers, couldn't feed herself, and had never been out of an institution in her life. Change the communication environment and you can change the person. Same person 3 years later, out in a store buying clothes, not wearing a diaper, full production worker at the factory, and able to spend her own paycheck on the clothes that she chose. Still had no verbal abilities, which, as I discovered when Sanjay was getting the taxi this morning, aren't always necessary. Okay, and still had some physical issues. You can see the wheelchair. But what she could do was perform a job, interact with her coworkers, go to the McDonald's, order food, pick out clothes. If you could see the whole video, which because it was made in the 80s, it's not digital, and we didn't have PowerPoint then, so I couldn't make it. But at any rate, you can see remarkable transformation. We did this with a number of people across. So we have people who'd never lived outside of an institution life suddenly moving into the community, suddenly able to make friendships, go to restaurants, have something much more of a normal kind of life. And that was all by changing the communication environment. They were the same. The people training them, most of them had no high school education. Some of them were on parole. And some of them didn't speak English themselves. And so the point of it is we didn't have specialists doing the training for folks. We had people training them, and then they did it. It can be done, and that's the power of thinking in terms of communication complex. We didn't call it that then, but that's what it amounts to. So which would you rather choose for the people in your life, or the people you serve, or the people you care about? To me, the answer is obvious. We can simply do better, and we can do better in a variety of ways. Not just in this particular environment. I've worked with youth at risk. I've retained factory workers, and I've been working with people trying to convince them we can do this in public health in a variety of ways. And it can be really powerful. That's why I think we should change. So I have an agenda for the future. We went from the first publication of quantum theory to humans on the moon in less than 70 years. That's truly a remarkable advance in the total history of humankind. Why not hope the same thing for communication complex in what we can do? One is we can reduce the amount of treatment. This is both based on what we know, and it also creates a research agenda for what we need to understand better. We know that how we interact with people impacts the immune function, that communication affects us at the epigenetic level, that communication doesn't change your genes, but it can change how your genes function. We know something about interaction patterns and creating heart attacks. What we don't understand fully yet is interaction patterns and turning on or off genes that affect whether cancer will grow, etc. So having a genetic likelihood for something might either be arrested or promoted by how we interact, and this we need to understand more fully. Improved attachment and social engagement. WHO is projecting that one of the leading disabilities or health conditions in the by 2030 will be depression. Can we do something about that by changing the way people interact on a daily basis? Greater intellectual development. Research has indicated that how teachers and parents interact with students can raise or lower their IQ in their teens as much as 20 or 30 points. More effective health behavior change. That, I think, is the more self-evident of all of those. Improved healthcare delivery. Better quality patient-provider interaction. We know that that various qualities of those affects the prognosis or outcome of those patients. Given that, wouldn't it make sense to train our physicians, nurses, and other healthcare workers to talk in ways that help the person go better after they get out of the office, regardless of the medication they use, regardless of the underlying condition? Better provider-provider interaction can reduce medical error. It's frightening how many people die in the United States from medical error each year, and my guess is that happens in other places as well. Better empowerment. One of the things that's unfortunate is that when we see the power of communication, if we think about it from a complex kind of way, is if you think about communication complex skills, you play in a more level playing field. And so when we have a person who's highly skilled interactant and a person who's a poorly skilled interactant, we have a mismatch. That person is not empowered no matter what rights you grant them by policy or institutional commitment. They have to be able to perform them. And as Asia points out, communication is performative. We have to train and teach people, otherwise they are not fully empowered. They can get a greater sense of skill, a greater sense of self-efficacy, which can improve life function in a number of different ways, not the least of which is in the mental health area. And so I think that there are loads of research questions embedded in that agenda, but there's already enough research to suggest, first, we should be asking those questions, and secondly, we already know some ways in which we can do a lot better, but to do that, we have to take our moment in history and say communication simple was okay for the agrarian age and the industrial age. But in the service age, in the information age, we know better, we can do better, and I think we should. Thank you very much.
So, Sia and Johan, maybe if you'd like to join us. So now the podium is for the public, and I'm sure you have many questions.
Oh, you don't want my identity now that I've talked?
Who's going to start? Please.
Thank you. As autism was mentioned just now by Professor Parrish-Sproul, I'm going to say maybe 2 or 3 things about this. Dr. Hall early in the morning said something about autism having moved, or maybe the perception of autism, but in fact it's not actually autism, it's society that has moved. So from a simple communication style to a complex communication style almost in every environment, which by definition makes it much more difficult for autistics to communicate. So you made this point about autistic brains maybe not being connected in the same ways to others as this one article suggests. I would agree with that. That is certainly the case, that there's a kind of as some autistics describe it, wall of glass between them and other people, and this wall of glass makes it difficult then to connect to someone. Now, the problem that I see, it has potential as well, as you said, in connecting people, particularly with intellectual disabilities, which is the case in some autistics, when they are given assistance in communicating with others, particularly assistive and augmentative devices that allow them to communicate through pictorial symbols or through electronic means rather than through spoken language. Now, the problem is that in some of the most influential therapies that the parents are told they should put their children through, autistic children are deprived of such technologies. The idea of behavior modification in autism is that autistics should be able to communicate without any of these devices, while giving them these communicative assistances makes them would empower them to be more self-advocating as they are. So there's this behavioral analysis in particular that suggests depriving autistic children of any kind of assistive devices. And another problem along the same lines is that children that live in institutions, or also adults that live in institutions, are regularly deprived of access to information technology, which would allow them to get in touch with other autistics online. So the idea is good, but the practice doesn't quite live up to it.
She's going to help me. Just one second. I'm severely hearing impaired, and so I want to make sure I'm actually answering the question that you asked. Let's start it. Tools, as in what kind of tools? Well, one of the things that I was discussing with my colleague at breakfast this morning, Kate, is that technology tools are a moving target because as they are introduced and as people use them, it changes the way we interact both on a personal and professional level. So I watch, there are things I would never say to my wife in a text that some of my younger students think is a perfectly appropriate thing to do in a text, and vice versa. And so the answer to that is that I want to know what the world my children are going into, because as a parent, we're preparing our children to become successful adults. And in order to become successful adults, we have to help them play into the world they're going to go into. That being said, I would also, as I tell my students, say, remember that on either side of that telephone or on either side of that computer screen or whatever are still human beings, still processing here, still functioning in particular ways. One of the things that's interesting about research that was just presented at AAAS is that how parents talked face-to-face with their children made a bigger impact on vocabulary than watching television screen or with watching other adults when they weren't in the conversation. There clearly is something face-to-face. Now, part of the answer to that is in mirror neurons, which I can describe for you if people are interested. It's a terribly fascinating kind of issue. But that we can do things face-to-face that we cannot do across technology. And so if I'm raising young ones today, and I hope this answers your question, I want them to both become adept at face-to-face, adept at engaging the technology in the world that they live in, and develop some wisdom about which to choose at which moment in order to more effectively connect with the other people in their environment. And that is, I think, a big challenge. And I think it's incumbent upon us as we think about young people to do that. And it's important as a side note is there's such a rapid growth and spread of technology around the world. Even if that technology is not in their community at the moment, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be finding some way for those young people to access that. their parents, people my age, may be hopelessly lost already, but for them it will happen. As I said at one point, we were going to do a project about 8 or 9 years ago in Poland, or 7 years ago, and in a 2-year period they went from 1% ownership of smartphones to over 50% ownership of smartphones. And so it can happen rather quickly in a country. And so we have to, as parents, anticipate the world our children are going to live in, not simply prepare them for the world that we were in before. We don't want to make the mistake of what I call the mistake of the Maginot Line. Build great fortifications for the last war, and in the next war all they did was drive around it. And I think that's not what we want to do with our children. And so I have had to learn a lot of technology that doesn't do much for me personally, but I teach an environment where it's my obligation to serve my students, and that's the technology they're going to use. So you can ask Asia. I really don't have any appreciation whatsoever for PowerPoint, but I know people expect it. I have to teach my students to use it, and so I have to have some ability to engage it myself. You can judge for yourself whether I'm any good at that or not. But I think the point of it is that we have to think of it in those terms. Does that answer your question?
It answered one question of mine, but mine was anyway more a comment than a question.
Okay.
More questions, please?
It's a question for Asia, really. I was very interested in the percentage of importance given to trust, empathy, and something else. And I couldn't help thinking whether we heard this morning about how there was a tendency to blame culture in its various guises as the excuse for people not complying with health messages. And I'm sure we all sort of intuitively understand how important trust is, but how do we think about trust without setting up another fall guy, as it were, which is the communicator? Oh, well, if it doesn't work, then the communicator isn't able to do this empathy or this trust. How do we avoid that, creating another kind of monolith, easy to blame, for really what's a very complicated process?
Trust is something which some researchers have studied, and in the real world, in our daily lives, when we meet someone, we automatically know whether that person is trustworthy or not. You see, there's just something that we sense in which makes us feel a connection. And it's almost a feeling, and then it may be in the actions that the person does, what they say, and I think that we're constantly kind of looking at whether how, when someone feels trustworthy, how they act, does that reinforce their initial feelings of trustworthiness or not? How to develop trust, I think it speaks to what John was talking about, that it's not about blaming. I think if you take a very simplistic approach to communication, it's about, what is it that you can do, and can you manipulate someone by mirroring the actions that they do to forcefully create that. And I think that a lot of the way that we are physically wired to sense other people out, and this is a new area of research, is that something else is going on, which is giving us information about what people are not saying and what people are not doing. And if we recognize and acknowledge the fact that in any communication, interaction, both people are adding something, therefore it's not one person's fault when trust doesn't exist. We have to ask ourselves, what is it that we're creating together? Not what are you creating or not what am I creating, but in our interaction, what are we making together? And I think that's a question that coordinated management of meaning asks, is what is it that we're creating? What's the story behind what we're saying and how we're saying it? And what we're not saying, usually it's probably the things that are not said that provide us with the most clues about creating meaningful, trustworthy interactions that begin relationships, but then the communication is all about how do we maintain those relationships and maintain that trust. And I think through when we pay attention to how we interact, there are ways of doing that which are authentic. I think that if we look at the private sector, for example, and the way that marketeers have been trained to sell products, and 20, 30 years ago, a lot of the power was in the hands of those that knew their products, so they could sell their benefits and their features. With the internet and with information available, people can do their research, so they can find out more about what it is that they're thinking of buying than the salespersons themselves. And so when you look at that industry of marketing, it has changed. And there's a wonderful book by Daniel Pink called Born to Sell. And it talks about, as human beings, that we are naturally born to sell. It's inbuilt with us. And so the private sector are now looking at how do we create authenticity? How do we create trust? And it's fascinating, some of the issues that raises, because what it does do, it brings us back to people interacting with each other in meaningful, authentic ways.
Actually, we are supposed to stop at 3 o'clock, but as we started late, I think we can have maybe 5 to 7 minutes. And then we break after that for the coffee, and we come back at 3:30. So we can take maybe a couple of questions, important ones.
Hi. I'm aware of the irony in me asking this question, as I'm a historian, but I was just wondering, with regards to all this theory about communication, can you give some examples perhaps of where this is applied in practice and where these theories have been applied to just sort of in layman's terms, like how have they made a difference in a global health context, like vaccination or something?
Examples of where these theories of communication have made a difference in public health.
Well, probably the communication theory that's had the most impact in global health has been Rogers' theory of diffusion of innovations. In the name of development, projects of all sorts, including health, through the 70s and 80s and even in the 90s, literally billions of dollars were spent on the notion of diffusion of innovations. And that's probably, in terms of people's acceptance and engaging of it, the most useful, the most impactful. It's also, at the end of several years, been concluded that was an improvement over the modernization period. It wasn't necessarily as good as participatory models, and so we began to move forward. But in terms of a raw sense of who spent the most money on a communication theory, that would definitely be it. I think in terms of health, the question then becomes, can we look at particular pockets where that has made a difference? And so the coordinated management of meaning, this particular theory, for example, has been embraced by a number of people in family therapy. It was used a lot in Canada as well as the United States, and it's been particularly important for them. And so I don't really know how successful individual therapists were with those families. On the other hand, they continue to use it, so I'm kind of hoping as professionals they use stuff that works. Maybe a dubious claim, who knows? But I think that would be a second example of that. Then I think a third example of one that is used quite a bit is Kim Whitty's EPPM model, which deals with fear appeals, and we see quite a bit of research related to that. I have a lot of reasons to not particularly appreciate that particular approach, but I can say that it's had a lot of impact. They've used it in projects in Namibia as well as in the United States and in, I think, Ethiopia and some other countries. And so off the top of my head, those would be some examples of communication theories from people within our discipline that have had some impact in global health.
Unless anyone else has one. Is that fabulous? Fairly similar.
Okay, I have a question. If you may allow me. I think for both of you, actually, Johannes, you mentioned before, actually, when it comes to medical humanities, that there was so much progress since the 70s, where, as far as I know, actually, it was somehow the way around. Till the 70s, there was progress, and in the 70s, we started actually commercializing public health in general and privatizing, actually, the health sector. And that moment, actually, we shifted the attention from the patient as a patient to the patient as a client. So the patient started looking at the doctor as a banker, the one who is generating money, and the doctor started looking at the patient as the source of income. And then Professor Parish-Bosch mentioned that what we have to do actually is to empower the patient. So how could we empower the patient using humanities or any discipline that would influence actually public health and medical sciences in general, where we see how much influence, for example, the pharma industry or the private health sector has on the public health?
I think it goes back to the financing issue. This will be a slow, but nonetheless, it's already developing. I have former students, for example, who have positions with some not-for-profits in the United States that create patient education programs. And they're explicitly designed to make sure the patients are informed, that they understand different forms of treatment, what they can ask the healthcare professionals, what they can say no to when it's appropriate to ask for a second opinion. And they even sometimes have in these programs, if you feel uncomfortable doing that yourself, bring an advocate with you. And so there are patient advocate programs that can work hand in hand with that. And I think as more of that develops and people feel not only that they can do it themselves, but they can also bring their own surrogate, for example, that we'll see that change. I think second, I'm a member of the Community Health Engagement Program of our Clinical Translational Sciences Institute. So when yesterday, I think it was Daniel talked about the Death Valley, in a sense, and the Clinical Translational Science Institute, and there are 50 of those in the United States, are financed by our National Institute of Health to try to bridge that particular gap, and a lot of that has been focused on clinical trials. But the Community Health Engagement Program in our particular CTSI, we have now over 500 organizations who are members of that, and it's partly about fostering greater connectivity with the research process, but what we're doing in a sense is we have a grant competition right now for people in the community to get grants for health-related research, and so they can get partners who are researchers, but the point of it is that the community becomes empowered in the research process itself about which questions should be asked, which issues should be addressed, etc. And I think so systemically, as we engage them in that entire process, what we find is greater empowerment in the community. And I can give some other examples, but I think that's what's happening there. I think whether that's happening across other countries, I think probably there are some projects that I'm unfamiliar with, but I think we need to see more of that. And when we're more full partners, I think we'll see better healthcare delivery and a shifting of an absolute burden on the part of the healthcare providers, and a shifting of an absolute abdication in some cases on the part of the patient, both of which are not good conditions for creating good health. And I think that's why we need to see that togetherness rather than the neglect. The other slight shift I'd make is to say that I was talking about the developments in communication theory from the 70s on, not necessarily in medical humanities, although hopefully we'll come together there.
I think we should break. Just unless maybe. Sorry, I didn't give you the chance to comment.
Yeah, just as a conclusion, I think I made a point for the health social sciences as an umbrella notion for looking at medical humanities in public health and global health. And I think that actually the field of medical humanities / health social sciences have made tremendous growth in terms of their scientific output, both in terms of their disciplinary and subdisciplinary outputs. That was the argument that I was making. Social empowerment needs to be seen in the context of partnerships. That's what I learn more and more. You cannot just talk about community participation in the traditional sense anymore if you don't talk about, at the same time, civil society participation in this process, in partnerships between civil society and governmental institutions. So I think the traditional notion of community participation needs to be looked at critically and combined with new insights from the social sciences. And I think the communication science is an exciting field. I have learned so much from my co-panelists today about one exciting field of the health social sciences, communication science. Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thanks for the information. That was interesting.
So we have coffee where we have in the morning.
One of the things
Come back here at 3:30, maybe 10 to 1.
WHO is this beam, and we can look at 20 people who not know the entire Russian organization, what they're doing. So this was.
Thank you. I communicated to the work of WHO effectively. This is their job, actually.
Can you? That's okay.
He's working the communication.
Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you. Sorry, I did not have the
Yeah, ready when you are.
Okay, if people can take their seats, we'll start the final session of this workshop. And the topic of the final session is on global health, the Global Health History Project. And we'll have our first speaker, Alex, and Metcalf. Dr. Alex Metcalf is the outreach historian at the University of York Centre for Global Health Histories and the WHO Collaborating Centre, and he'll give an overview of the project.
So thanks, Human. If I move away too far away from the microphone, just give me a wave or give me a shout if you can't hear me. I'd like to thank Human, also you guys for sticking it out to the end of the workshop, and also for everyone involved in the organisation. It's been a fascinating couple of days. I've heard a lot of discussion. Hopefully that can continue to be so and be productive into the future. So, assuming said, that's me. That's what I do. That's where I do it. And I'm going to talk to you in this panel on the Global Health Histories project about history and global health, tools for engagement and analysis. My background is as a historian of visual culture, and I was looking for a nice image to kick this off with, and whilst browsing the wonderful Wellcome Images site, I came across this one, which strikes me as a nice entry point to thinking about some of these issues, the idea that history and the humanities can provide this fresh air, this fresh perspective, and that we should encourage people to keep the window open and continue to discuss and bring people together. So this, of course, is not so simple, and I want to go through this afternoon some of the complexities. There's been a lot of discussion and debate about history's relationship with policy. But what I want to do this afternoon is just use as a focus point the Global Health Histories project. First, giving a brief background to the project, and maybe Human can fill in anything that I've not touched on so much or maybe missed out. I'll look at its history, structure and mission, the value and relevance of historical analysis to global health, the role of historians and history's role alongside raising awareness on public health initiatives. So first, a little bit about the project. It was, some of you may be familiar, some of you maybe even attended the one yesterday, but for those of you not so, it's established in 2004, the key objective being to create a forum bringing historians and subsequently academics from other disciplines and policymakers together to debate topical issues in global health. The aim was to foster useful discussions and open up different perspectives. The overall mission being based on the idea that understanding the history of health, especially that during the last 60 years, can help the global public health community respond to present-day challenges. So to date there have been 76 of these events. There's 76 taking place yesterday. Here's some of the topics that have been covered in that time. And in 2013, the series, each one of these has been held at WHO HQ, but for the first time in 2013, it expanded to the Regional Office for Europe with a seminar on antimicrobial resistance in Copenhagen. And what makes the series somewhat unique is that since 2009, each of these seminars has been broadcast live over the internet, meaning that anyone with an interest is free to register and listen to and participate in the discussions. And these are recorded at the same time, creating again an archive for future use of this important information. So this is free to sign up for via registration process, and also it's archived on YouTube, making it highly accessible. The series strives to be analytical and critical. It's not a way of celebrating success stories or past achievements, but exploring the challenges as well. So, why global health histories? Why use history in this way? So we're warned by people like the History and Policy Network that policy of that history fails to learn past lessons at best, and at worst repeats past mistakes. But history can do more than this. Although it can't provide a blueprint for future strategies or a crystal ball with which to predict the future, it has the potential to show how we came to be where we are,
and make us better aware of the conditions influencing present-day circumstances. It can help deconstruct assumptions and challenge established ways of doing things. So in short, understanding our history and that of other cultures and peoples can help us make sense of the present, better prepare us for future challenges. This is also Global Health Histories, emphasising there's no best path, but multiple complexities to be aware of. But again, on this issue of being aware of the challenges and complexities, this debate has some issues to be aware of. People are keen for history not to be seen as, well, for historians to be seen as the providers of raw materials. There's a fear in some cases that histories could be misappropriated, with historians producing histories which serve merely as propaganda, and that's what we're against here at the on the Global Health Histories project. For heroic overtones, ignore the complexities. It's important that, as I said, the issues, the complexities and the challenges are considered alongside the success stories. If this is done so and history is integrated sensitively, there's no reason why it shouldn't provide benefits in helping to tackle the global questions about how diseases spread, how illnesses have been experienced, how it's managed across different cultures. In short, there's a right kind of history, but that's one which asks questions, encourages wider debate, discussion and research. So that's a little bit on the analysis. Now towards some questions of engagement. This GHH series generates a lot of information and discussion, which is of potential interest to many groups, be these public, research students, academics, policymakers. But the challenge is how to build on the live webinars and the archived recordings and make the content accessible in both senses of the word, whilst being aware of the differences in approaching each group. An original aim of the project was to bring the resulting conversations to the public attention, to help them consider some of the important questions surrounding health issues, and by bringing to the public the strategies and actions of those involved in global health policies, raising awareness about international health, who international health organisations are, what they do, how they work, and help bring them to public scrutiny. That these kind of activities hold the potential to influence life for the better beyond their specific boundaries is another idea. The Wellcome Trust, for example, dedicates millions of pounds annually to getting people to consider, question and debate some key issues in science and society, why research matters for them. But we also got to think about the kinds of people engaged. As we've heard throughout the workshop, one size rarely fits all. It's not correct to assume that the message will be the same for everyone, or that perhaps even everyone will have reliable access to the internet, for example. We need to consider the overall messages, the channels through which the message is disseminated, who's targeted, and also, and perhaps more difficult, how people respond to the message. This is also true in the case of engaging policy as well. How this measuring of this message is achieved at a time when people are prompted to judge the impact and justify existence, and evaluating this is one of the larger challenges in history's role. But I think, as we've discussed, right, it's something which we're moving more towards, and doing these kind of things, these kind of projects, is helping move that forwards and provide some of the questions, some of the answers on these sort of issues. So in the second part of this talk, some experience from providing some of these the materials coming out of the project. And the first one, which Johannes made reference to in his talk, is one on tropical diseases. So this was part of 2009's seminar series, including some of the topics you see up here. Distributed as, well, this will be coming out in May, distributed as a hard copy as well as being made freely available to download online. It's set up in a similar way of the recent seminars, having the perspective of a historian on one side, the perspective of the policymaker on the other, to kind of emulate this dialogue that goes on in the seminars. The editors, myself and Sandra, also encouraged the contributors to present their personal reflections with only minimal editorial intervention. Again, emphasising this wider message from the series, but it's only through frank and open discussion that knowledge can hold significant value. So we have contributions from those who on the topics you've seen, but also each chapter is illustrated with scores of images. And although visually curious and in some cases attractive, they're not just there for decoration or tinsel. They again continue the message. They're historical sources which reveal multiple stories about how diseases spread, experienced and managed, continuing the sorts of awareness of the complexities which are highlighted throughout the chapters themselves. So the books, the text and images, use history as a kind of tool for recreating awareness, using past actions to frame and reflect upon current strategies, bringing this together in an accessible form. Again, we can emphasise the existence of these complex pasts, which include the failures as well as the success stories, helping to approach the present day with, we hope, a greater armoury. Another project here, this was a spin-off of the Centre for Global Health Histories developed in conjunction with the WHO Stop TB department. You can see what the director of that department, Dr. Mario Riviglione, says in the top quote on here. In essence, we're now at a crossroads between TB elimination and within our lifetime, millions more deaths. So there's a pressing need for more attention and education, which history can help to provide. Again, the intention was not to provide a celebratory account or these well-known stories, but engage people with stories, worldwide stories, and information they perhaps weren't so aware of, bringing leading historians into the fold. And also including within this chapter from WHO Stop TB department. And this, we found, has led to a tremendous reaction so far. We held events in York with a companion exhibition, which will also be held, you can see this for yourselves at the World Health Assembly this year. We had doctors, academics, general public visiting, and whilst they were prompted to reflect on their own histories or family histories with the disease, they also wanted to find out more of the current situation. What should they be aware of? Should they be worried? And again, having this run through with the current information provided created a handy little product which could help answer some of those questions, as well as prompting people to follow up and find out more. So again, this is something I meant to mention earlier on. This is not simply historians lecturing to policymakers. There's another side to the collaboration. From some of these quotes drawn across the years of the project's operation, we can see multiple benefits for those involved. A strong feeling that it helps open up new research questions by being in touch with developments as they happen. There's ample scope for knowledge exchange. Diversity and interdisciplinarity are also described. The fact that the topics are broad enough for them to be used beyond the sessions. And also being questioned by a different set of experts, we felt was a key opportunity to engaging new audiences. And of course, the project gives significant experience with engaging policymakers, which I hope will happen more readily in the future. And again, as I said at the top of the presentation, follow up on these debates and discussions. So to wrap up, is there a right kind of history? In short, yes, that which questions and encourages wider discussion, debate and research. Used sensitively, I feel it can provide real benefits. I mean, this is some of my experiences from being involved in this project for nearly about 2 years now. The road's not straightforward. It can be inherently difficult to hold the attention of many audiences, public or otherwise, but overcoming these difficulties and working through the problems can sharpen the practice and strengthen the outcomes, and in some cases generate the questions and answers which move things forward. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Humanities to build on anything else perhaps missed. And we'll follow
thank you
up with
Alex
questions
very
afterwards.
much for that presentation. We'll follow the same format as the other sessions. So we'll have I'm also chairing and speaking at this session, and then we'll open it up for questions. My presentation will be quite short, so if anybody's need to catch a plane or something, don't worry, I'm not going to take too long. So, first of all, no PowerPoints. I'd just like to thank Dr. David for providing this excellent facility for the workshop. I really pleasantly surprised, and thank you for the organisation and the hospitality and everything. Thank you very much. The topic of my presentation is lessons learned from the Global Health History Project. And I originally planned to sort of look through all the 76 seminars because we have all of them archived on the Global Health History website. If you just Google Global Health History seminars, you'll find them. And there's a wealth of information there. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to do it in any systematic manner. So I basically relied a bit on memory because in one way or other I've participated in most of those seminars. And to keep it short, it's just a sort of anecdotal analysis of what I think the lessons are from the global health history. And I've just 3 points that I want to make about this. The first, I think, they're the kind of eternal lessons that are relevant to public health, and that they come up again in different formats. And they're nothing new, particularly about this seminar series. I think you can call them sort of general principles of good public health practice. And I think if you told a professor of public health maybe 100 years ago, he would agree, these are the things. But the interesting thing is they're often forgotten, even today. People think of doing health interventions and forget these basic lessons. And I won't go through many of them because they're scattered over there, but if we just look at one area, which is sort of the health interventions, particularly in primary care, the first thing is involvement of local populations. And time again, that's one of the key factors for success. Secondly, for sustainability of a health intervention, it's the maximum reliance on available community resources. If you don't do that, it's unlikely that your health intervention is going to be sustainable. The other one that comes up is, people talk about health legislation, about empowering public officials, and those are important things, but they only work with education. If you don't educate people, and if you don't create a kind of an intelligence in the public, in the community that you want, interest in that project. Legislation is fine, having empowered public officials is fine, but you need to have enthusiasm and you need to have an informed public, and then the intervention will work. Otherwise, it's again, unlikely to be sustainable and to really change behaviours. Another one, is if you want an intervention to be cost effective, then target it at the most peripheral level that's practical in the health system. The further out you go, the cheaper it is. Don't target interventions at hospitals. Target it at the periphery of the health system with the people that require the least training to be able to do that. So targeting doctors in hospitals is fine, but it's a very expensive way. If you want to get your money the furthest possible, then target the periphery of the health system and the sort of people who are that can be trained for that activity with the least expense. So as I said, I think maybe the other one is a bit on, the community gets the public health that it invests in. The quote is from William Gunn, which was a recent lecture. I gave that quote. He's one of the forerunners of primary healthcare. And his quote is, within natural limitations, a community can determine its own death rate. And this was Socrates Lizio, who in his lecture recently, he provided that comment. And I think it's true, that, communities need to get involved. They need to put the resources into it, and they will get the the results of their own labours, whether it's financial, emotional, or whatever investment that people make. So, and this is just one example from one area, but there are these sort of eternal lessons, and they're lessons that probably everyone knows that probably, there's nothing new in what I'm saying, but they often forget, and interventions are targeted at high cost, not consulting the local community is consulted basically in implementing it, but never in designing the intervention. And often it requires imported goods that work very well, but once the donor loses interest or moves on, they're not sustainable because local resources weren't used, and all of these things. So that's one group of lessons learned. The second, I think, is, and it's come up in various formats here, is that, history provides many lessons. We choose the lessons that we want to learn. And we can do that, and we choose those lessons because of convenience, because of the cost implications, of the political pressure, because of ideology, and often then use the history to identify the choice we make. And we see that again often, like if we want to justify a vertical program that we want to, that's what we've decided to do, then we go to history and see, oh, well, smallpox, that was exactly a fantastic example of a successful eradication program using a high vertical command. And if we don't, then, we're against that, we want local investment. Then we go to smallpox and say, well, the lesson we wanted actually was there was quite a lot of local involvement and local ownership, and we can use that to justify that. And so there is a little bit of using history, and I think the point was made before, to sort of justify what we want to do rather than try and actually objectively learn the lessons from that. And then the third point that I wanted to make is that we often look at learning lessons in terms of people doing the public health intervention. But, there's two sides to everything. There's, the people doing the intervention and wanting the health, and then there are the targets, and the targets can also learn. The simplest level is, microbes learn from history. Bacteria can become antibiotic, resistance to antibiotics. Parasites can become resistant to drugs. Vectors can become resistant to insecticides. Reservoir hosts can change their behaviors. And this was, when we were doing infectious diseases. And one of the examples is, one of the, I think, well, that was not the first failure, but one of the sort of notable failures of WHO in the 60s was the malaria eradication campaign. And that failed because of drug resistance, insecticide resistance. And it was lessons that the parasites and the drugs learned and the insects learned. The public health campaigners didn't, because drug resistance was known, insecticide resistance was known, but the eradication campaign went ahead anyway. So, but I think as we've moved now from infectious diseases to chronic diseases, and where, the principal causes of disease, have changed from infectious disease agents to diet, lifestyle, and other factors. So the nature of the opponents have changed. So we no longer have to deal with just microbes and insects. We now have to deal with multinational companies, professional associations, lobbyists, think tanks, and governments who may be opposed to the health intervention. And they are also learning from history. So it's not only us who learn from them, they learn from them. So if we take the example of the Framework Convention for Tobacco Control, which is, again, one of the big WHO success, well, WHO and the advocates of tobacco control certainly learned from previous similar kinds of conventions where we've come up with something, after a lot of negotiations, say the law of the sea, which was a very complex series of negotiations. And at the end, we now have the law of the sea. And that's it. We're never going to be able to change that because it took years and years of negotiation. Every clause was finally negotiated, and it was a great success. But that's it. We can't change it anymore. We have to go right back and renegotiate everything because to get that final thing, that was the result. If we look at, narcotics control, the conventions on narcotics, there again, a huge amount of negotiations. We finally have a narcotics control. If anybody wants to now change that, like Uruguay wanted to change, they have to leave the convention because there's no way of changing anything. And then they can change something in their legislation, but they can't actually do it. So the tobacco people obviously learned, yes, we don't want a law of tobacco. What we want is a framework convention that will allow us to make rules and things as time goes on. So that was a very successful. But on the other hand, the opponents of tobacco have also learned, well, they've done this now, we'll make sure this won't happen again. So, big alcohol has certainly learned from big tobacco. And so if anybody now comes up with a framework convention for alcohol control, big alcohol is out there and will certainly block any move by anyone. If the British government wants to put up the price of something, there'll be 100 lobbyists there telling them why that's a bad idea, and so on, whether it's big sugar or big junk food or whatever. They've all learned that lesson. And that comes not just from this. There was, WHO had, the Code for Promotion of Breast Milk Substitutes. Again, that was a code that WHO managed to pass miraculously, through a combination of historical circumstances that code was passed. WHO would never be able to repeat that now, and many other people would say, well, you've got a code for this, why don't you do a code for that? But the historical context was a whole lot of things lined up politically, culturally, organizationally, that allowed WHO to do that. But it was done once, and now, people have learned that, and the people will never allow WHO to do that again. One of the things is, we've had a debate on .health. Should .health be something that WHO should look after? This is a domain name, the .health domain name, whether WHO should be the kind of the body that's responsible for this domain name. No, basically, although it makes sense for WHO to be, there's many other people who don't want .health to be in the domain name, and they maneuvered very successfully to make sure that WHO didn't get the domain name, and now .health will go to a private company. We lost that one. So I think that's the three things that I would like from some of, there was the presentations, there were 75 of them. I would actually, the students here, it's a huge resource, these 75 seminars, and I would suggest it as a research project for somebody to just go into those. The presentations are online, the audio recordings of many of them are available, some are on YouTube, but there's, some didn't have the PowerPoint presentations when they were. There's a huge amount of resource, and there's a lot to learn from the 76 seminars, which will continue, so there's even more that will add to that. And I think it's a great resource for public health. So I think what I would just finish then with is a final lesson learned, and that one is, again, from a very recent seminar that we had, and that is that money spent for the public health is an investment, not an expenditure. It costs less to keep the people well than to get them well. Okay. Any questions? Okay, if there's no more questions, as chairman, I can't really ask myself a question. But then I think we should close the meeting. Again, thank very much the University of Geneva, the Graduate Institute of the University of Geneva, the University of Lausanne, I think that also helped a bit. The Collaborating Centre, obviously, at the WHO Collaborating Centre at the University of York, and for all our speakers who have come a long way, and the people who have come shorter, and are our audience for making this workshop very successful. Thank you all very much. Yeah. Yeah,